Hey YouTube, quick intro to the intro, I guess. This should be the very, very first thing you see in this video's entire runtime. It also coincidentally happens to be the very, very last thing I'm recording for this video. Every single bit of footage in the rest of this entire video was recorded before this intro. I'm not going to replace the main intro of this video, which will be labeled as just intro in the timestamps. I don't know what I'm going to label this part. Anyway, the only thing I wanted to mention here that I couldn't really get into the actual intro of this video is the fact that it has to do with the fact that this video is so fucking long. This video, by my calculation, I haven't actually gone to edit it at this point in time, doing this final bit of recording, but I'm pretty certain it'll be somewhere between 4.5 and 5 hours long. My only thing with that is, that's fine. That part's fine. I intended it to be a very long video. The only thing I wanted to do was give a quick disclaimer. I don't expect you to watch this entire video through at like a normal video, just especially not in one session. Not in one session. Please don't try to watch. Not that anyone wanted to, but in case anyone ever does happen to be thinking about it, I would not recommend watching this entire 4-5 hour video in one sitting. My intention is for it to be used liberally with the timestamps that I'm going to put on it as just a reference to whatever specific item, like release, that you want to view, essentially a mini unboxing / showcase for. That being said, the only part I would strongly recommend actually for sure watching is, aside from this part, is the actual true intro to this video, which will be the next section after this. And maybe the outro too, even though the outro is not really necessary. Mostly just the intro will explain a couple things that I end up needing to set the tone for the entire video. Mostly a couple pieces of terminology. So it is a little important you watch the actual intro to the video, which I will go ahead and get out of your way and let you do now. Hello YouTube. Welcome to what will probably end up being titled Twice Korean Album Buyer's Guide, or something along those lines. That's pretty, I guess boring might not be the right word. That is literally what this is. So essentially, what I want to do in this video is something I've been kind of ruminating on for a little while. Maybe about a year ago I thought of, probably not quite a year ago, but the first time I thought about doing something like this was, I think, right after Jihyo's album. Not right after, but sometime between Jihyo releasing Zone and the end of last year, of 2023. So, yeah, it's been kind of knocking around in my head for a little while. I want to essentially go through... Oh, and I guess since this is something I tend to do, a bit of a time frame here would be good. I'm actually recording this on the evening of July 10th. Well, the evening of July 9th / a little bit after midnight, July 10th. I'm kind of up late tonight. It is July 10th technically, though. So that's why you hear Dive actually. Dive actually got released like a little over 12 hours ago. Twice's newest Japanese single. A bit weird, I guess, to be using a Japanese song as my background music here, since this is a video that will distinctly not feature any Japanese releases. Essentially what I want to do with this sort of buyer's guide for Twice's Korean albums is, what that specifically means, I intend to go chronologically, starting with The Story Begins all the way up through Na. I want to take, because I have with the small exception of some versions of Na that I have on the way but haven't been delivered to me yet, because it is not quite a month since her album came out, and I have group orders for various versions of the album that I haven't received yet. So that part will probably be recorded, like I'm gonna record for with that stuff, but probably it'll be a separate recording session that I'll tack onto the end of this video. But essentially what I want to do is starting with The Story Begins chronologically, show all the versions of the actual physical Korean releases that someone could buy. Because I initially thought of this when I was reading, not any one specific instance stands out in my head, but just over time, I've always read the most common question that a lot of new Twice fans / collectors specifically, usually new Twice collectors, whether they're new fans also or longer time fans newer to collecting. Either way, a question that a lot of people have when they're starting to get into collecting Twice is what albums should I start? Where should I start? What album comes with what? What's good value relative to anything else in their discography? What should I buy? How should I go about figuring out which albums to buy first? And I wanted to give, at least on the Korean side of things, because the Japanese releases are sort of in their own kind of lane in terms of how their packaging and release structure work. Still all Twice. Music wise, it's all Twice, but just in terms of the physical albums, I'm going to focus purely on the Korean releases in this video as I go through and show chronologically all the album versions and a set of inclusions that you can expect to get from any single sealed brand new copy of each album. So it's going to be kind of a comprehensive guide on what is available to you and what you can expect from each physical release if you're trying to figure out what comes with what and what's the how does the physical packaging all kind of look and work for each Korean release that Twice have had. I can do this because I happen to have every single Twice Korean physical album that they've released to date. Now, again, I mentioned Japanese stuff won't really be a part of this. If I were to do something like that, it would be a separate video. Mostly because I don't have every single... Oh, knock the camera a little bit. Mostly because I don't have every single Twice Japanese release. Unlike, I do have every Korean release to date. So, making a comprehensive buyer's guide for Japanese stuff would just not... I couldn't do it at the moment. With what I have, because I just don't have their comprehensive physical releases yet. Down the line, maybe. So not only do I have, all the versions of every Korean album physical release, I also have, with one unfortunate exception, I also have enough inclusions, stuff that comes in each album to show at least one album's worth of stuff that you can expect to get. And I'll talk a little bit about the specifics on what overall you could get from any Twice release, because Twice have a lot of stuff that you can get in any single copy, but you don't get everything usually. So I guess one thing to do before we begin is talk about there's actually two things that I want to briefly mention before we get into it, because it'll be important. Both of them will be important as we go through this. The first is a bit of terminology that I'm going to end up using, and I'm just now realizing I could use a visual guide for this, so I'm going to pull that up real quick. I do love Dive a lot. I've been listening to it all day, but I don't think it's gonna be as good to just play on loop a single track the entire video, so I'll mix it up. But let me bring up a little aid here real quick. Oh, that was not what I wanted to do. Okay, So the first thing I wanted to do, and I didn't have the foresight to charge my iPad before I did this, and it's low on battery at the moment, so I'm just using my laptop, which is right here. I'm going to show what I mean here. So a bit of terminology I'm going to use. Hopefully it will focus. This is so first of all, this is a template, or not a template, a album, like an official from Twice directly, the album preview for the normal photo book versions of Ready to Be. So I guess this is kind of a spoiler. These it's kind of weird. These images, these official album preview images, are essentially like the official visual version of this entire video's whole concept. But I assume a lot of people don't really like the idea of like having to go through 20 something plus of these to get like a comprehensive, like from different places to get like a comprehensive idea. Also, I'm sure there's some people who just like the idea of having some of this stuff like shown on video and sort of talked about before they purchase. So, you know, I'm sure someone will still find this video useful, even though this image is literally kind of better in some ways. So this image, and they have done these for every single Korean album release to date, including the soloists. These images essentially just kind of preview all the stuff you can expect to get or be able to get from the Twice albums overall, like a single copy. And, well, not just a single copy, but they talk about what you get in a single copy and then what you can get overall. And that's most relevant with the photo cards. And the bit of terminology that this is all kind of leading into is this. Right below the photo card, I don't know if it'll focus, but it says, it has the measurements of a photo card here on the left. 55, is that 55? It's kind of hard for me to read. I think that's 55 by 85. I'm pretty sure that's correct. Millimeters. That's not the part that's important right now, though that is good to know. This part right here on the right, random 5 out of 45. So this is going to be a very important bit of phrasing that I'm going to use a lot in this video. And what it essentially describes, I'm sure a lot of people watching this know this, but just in case, in a single copy of Ready to Be, as an example, you can see here, they preview it, every member, all 9 of them, all 9 Twice members, had 5 photo cards to make up a total of 45. So 9 times 5 is 45, obviously. And from this overall pool of 45 cards, any single... Oh, I did not mean to do that. Why did it zoom in so much more than I was able to before? Weird. Anyway, this entire big pool of 45 photo cards... I'm trying to get it back to where I had it. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. This pool of 45 photo cards, not 5 for each of the 9, makes up the total set of photo cards for Ready to Be, of which you get 5 randomly of those 45 from any one sealed copy of Ready to Be. That's what that phraseology means. It means, when it says random X of Y, it means you get X amount of photo cards in a single copy, and then that is randomly pulled from Y amounts of total possible things. Usually it'll be photo cards, but they do this sort of setup with like postcards and other non-photo card inclusions, as we're going to see. So that's kind of what I mean when I'm going to use that same sort of structure of phrase, like X of Y, quite a lot, like pretty much every single album. So just good to keep that in mind and kind of set the tone for what that means. The second thing I want to go over is some stuff I'm not going to talk about. So starting not at debut, they didn't do it with The Story Begins. They also didn't do it for their second album, which we'll talk about. But starting with their third album, Twicecoaster Lane 1, they started doing these. And this obviously isn't, like, this is, again, a ready-to-be thing, but it is, like, physically sort of the same thing. So basically what this is starting with Lane 1, Twicecoaster Lane 1, Twice started with specifically with pre-order and or just first press copies of their albums. They started including these packs of pre-order photo cards. And what these are just set, like, full complete sets of 9 individual member cards. And this wasn't always the case. Like, if I had the pack here for Lane 1, it would not have included a group card. Like, the Lane 1 version of this only was the 9 member cards. But then later on, they started adding group cards to these packs, and they've done it for a long time. So, but basically, the pre-order pack itself is something they started with Lane 1, and that they've continued not completely uninterrupted, but mostly uninterrupted since Lane 1. Like, since What Is Love, they haven't had a single release, a Korean release, where they didn't have these pre-order packs. I'm not gonna show the pre-order cards for any of the albums, just because while I have all of them, I don't, like, they're stored in a binder, and it would be an insane undertaking to just take out all several hundred of my pre-order cards to show with each album version. So I just wanted to, like, you know, bring them up as a concept. Just know that, like, for the most part, these are something that only came with each release, like, when you pre-ordered, or if you happen to buy after release a first press copy of the album. Now, there's still a lot of them because Twice sell a lot of pre-order albums as part of their first printing for each release, especially nowadays. So they're not, like, super rare. At least the newer ones, like, for the newer releases, are not, you know, hard to come by at all. But it is something to keep in mind, and they aren't technically something that you could get, that, like, I could comfortably say, you know, if you buy a copy, especially of one of Twice's older albums, that it will come with this. So I figure it's not that important to really show as part of the, you know, the album inclusions you will guaranteed sort of be able to expect, which is, like, the point of the video. So, you know, I figured they were worth mentioning, but for a bunch of reasons, I'm not going to show them beyond this part of the video where I just talk about them existing. That being said, there will be 1 or 2 albums that had additional, in addition to those pre-order photo card packs, that had additional pre-order, like, items that, again, you can't technically expect from all new copies, like newer printings of those albums. I am going to show those because they're, again, I think it's literally 1, maybe 2 albums out of all of them that have that sort of thing. So it's not nearly as much of a hassle to show those more unique items. As well as the fact that, you know, it is technically possible that you could, you know, come across a copy that does have them as part of what you're getting. It probably wouldn't be a sealed copy, though. It might be like a resale copy. But, you know, just for completion's sake, I guess I'll show the 1 or 2 times that that's a thing. And that's enough, you know, stalling out an intro. We are going to start with The Story Begins, which is exactly as described, the beginning of Twice's story as Twice. Now, I did mention that I'm going to show for every release, since Twice do release for a lot of their albums, in fact, most of their albums, they do multiple different versions of each album that you can, you know, either just choose your favorite, or if you're more of a completionist sort of collector, potentially just grab all of them. I do have every version of every album. The reason I'm only showing this version of The Story Begins is because this is the only version. This was just a one version album. Uniquely among their entire discography, this is the only time right at debut that they only had one version. So as for stuff that came with The Story Begins, firstly we have this. So this is again going to bring back that terminology I mentioned, the X of Y. This is a 1 of 1 inclusion, and what I mean specifically when I use those two numbers, when I say 1 of 1, obviously, you know, if you think about it for half a second, you can figure out that I'm really saying this is not a random inclusion at all. This is something that is a fixed thing that you get with every single new copy of The Story Begins, and it's not like a random thing that you could get a different version of. This is just what it is. And this is a, what would I call it? I guess it's like a standee, an accordion standee sort of thing. You can kind of see, the angle's a little weird, but you can kind of see how it would look stretched out a little bit. This is actually my personal version of this inclusion. It's not, some of the stuff I'm going to show today, inclusion wise, are like extras I have, because anything I have an extra of, I just decided to grab and use the extra copy I have rather than go into my binders and start taking stuff out that I didn't have to take out. A lot of the photo cards you're going to see are from my actual personal collection, but larger inclusions I usually tend to have some extras of for a lot of things. So, but this is not an extra. This is just the only one of these standee things that I have, and it actually usually lives on my shelf. So, oh, and the back is essentially the lyric book for the album. So you can see here, track list, and then you go through and it has the lyrics for each track. So pretty cool. Now, this is, I promise, the only time this is going to happen in the entire video. I quadruple checked for sure. Where I don't actually have, so this is the only non-photo card inclusion that just comes standard with The Story Begins, any copy of The Story Begins. The other 3 inclusions are just 3 photo cards. Now, what I'm talking about when I say this is the only time this is going to happen is that I don't actually have enough, even in my personal collection, I don't have enough photo cards to show you all through, a full set of the photo cards you could expect to pull from an album. So I have one here, and this isn't the only The Story Begins photo card I have, but that's because, so the way The Story Begins photo cards works, and I'll show an example here. Again, with my laptop here. You can see this is a preview image for the inclusions from The Story Begins. You can see the accordion thing at the top there. And then the actual album cover, CD, and the photo card. So you can see it shows, I'm sure this image was just, put together with 3 random photo cards of the several photo cards you could get from The Story Begins. But specifically in every copy of The Story Begins, you get 3 photo cards, but each of the 3 photo cards is guaranteed to be one from a subset of, okay, so how do I explain this? So you see Momo here, right? She's styled very similarly to my Tsui photo card. Against the white wall, in the outfit she has, I guess their most iconic fits from Uwa, the music video, right? You are guaranteed to get 1 photo card from of the 9. So each of the 9 members had a photo card in this style, in these in this set of outfits, and you were guaranteed to get 1 photo card of those, of the 9 members, with each copy of The Story Begins. Then one of the other, you can see in the middle, one of the other of the 3 photo cards you would get from a copy were guaranteed to be one of 9 from a separate set of photo cards of the members, specifically in pre-debut photos that they submitted. So you can't quite see all of it, but that's a pre-debut photo of NAYEON. And then the 3rd photo card you would get from a copy of The Story Begins was guaranteed to be one of 3 photo cards that's a unit photo card of 3 of the members. So obviously 3 unit cards possible. Each photo card had 3 of the members on it. That means, that obviously rounds out to an even 9. Hopefully I explained that pretty well. It's a setup that will make a return, unfortunately. It's a little confusing, and I probably didn't explain it super well. But fortunately, it's not going to be something that they do forever. So specifically that sort of setup where you get a number of photo cards, but each photo card slot is guaranteed to be one from a specific set of the photo cards, overall. I'm not satisfied with how I explained that, but I honestly can't think of a better way to do it. Just know eventually it will get less confusing in terms of how the photo cards are distributed. So next up we have page 2, of which there are 2 versions, teal and pink. And this is our first box style album packaging. The Story Begins obviously was a hardcover book style package. This is just a box. Opens, photo book and CD and stuff inside, and the other stuff if this was a sealed copy, like a new fresh copy. As for inclusions, you only got one inclusion that isn't photo cards, and that is this. So what this is, and I'm not going to take it out completely and demonstrate, but basically you can see there's a big long thing of string right there, and these are little double-sided placards with stuff on the back too. So this is somewhat of a similar idea to the accordion standee thing from The Story Begins. These are separate circle cards that have lettering that spell out, this one spells out page 2, so P-A-G-E T-W-O. So this one spells out page 2, and the background is pink. You always get this one from the pink version, and then the teal version, yeah, it's in here actually, I never took it out, has a different one, and I'm not going to take this one out, but it says cheer up. It spells out cheer up in the same way. And on the backs are just the track list in order, starting from the first one. So cheer up all the way through to I'm Gonna Be a Star, which is the bonus CD only track on page 2. And that's the full, essentially, lyric book on the back of these. And what you're meant to do, you can see each one has little, I've never done this, but at least with my personal copies, these are little punchable cutouts on each side, small holes, that you could take the string and just slide it through all 7 of them, either one, either version, and have essentially a little hanger decoration that you could just hang somewhere. If I had extras of these, I probably would try to do that, but I don't usually like doing that sort of thing with my only copy. If I only have one copy of something like that, sticker sheets are a good example, even though it's funny that I say that considering what I'm going to show in a little bit. But nowadays, at least for the most part, I do not like to do that sort of thing with my only copy of that sort of inclusion. But anyway, so yeah, you got the cheer up one with the teal version always. It's a 1-of-1 inclusion for that version. Same deal with the cheer, like the page 2 one with the pink background in the pink version album. I guess I'll take it out just to have one of them here to represent that you get one of these things in a copy. And then not version exclusive, just between, you know, no matter what, if you have a copy of page 2 that you're opening, you will get 3 photo cards. And it's the same, it's actually the exact same setup as The Story Begins, where you get 3 photo cards, but each of the 3 photo card slots, if you want to call them that, is sort of guaranteed to be a card from a specific set that's different from the other 2. So the first card I'm going to show is, again, unit cards. Just like page 2, 3-member unit cards. I have one here. And 3 members means there's 3 of these cards that you can pull from randomly, and you always get one of these unit cards per copy of page 2. Then here is 1 of 9 lenticular cards that you get from every copy of page 2. This is Chaeyoung's, obviously. And of course, 1 of 9 means every member has a card that you could get from any single copy, but hypothetically this one pulls Chaeyoung. And then you also get 1 of 18 of these. So these are, I guess, are the, I guess you can call them the normal album cards if you call these the unit cards and then these the lenticular cards. These are the normal album cards. And there are actually, I say there's 18 of them because there are actually 2 different sets of 9. Like each member has 1 card in this concept, which is like a white background with the members in their the outfits they're in this photo, in this cover photo. And I'm not going to show it, but in this same card slot in any individual copy, you can get either one of the 9 member cards from this set of photos, or each member has a different photo, like a different concept photo. I'm just going to show it. So this is what I mean. So this is the other set of 9 photo cards that you can pull from that 3rd slot in each copy. So each member has 2 photo cards, 1 in this concept, and then 1 in this, their sort of like cheerleader varsity jacket concept. So Jungyeon, I don't have Jungyeon's other, like her photo card in this concept, like from this set, but you know, she does have one. So there's 18 possible cards between those 2 sets of photo cards, and you pull one of those 18 from every copy as your 3rd photo card, in addition to the lenticular and the unit, which again are guaranteed from their own sets. Now we'll move on to the 3rd album. Which is Twicecoaster Lane 1. And again, I mentioned that Twicecoaster Lane 1, I mentioned before we started with The Story Begins, actually going into the albums themselves, I mentioned that Twicecoaster Lane 1 was where they started the JYP pre-order photo card packs. They did do that, but they also, at the same time, did something that they wouldn't really continue to do very much, which is just other types of first press / pre-order bonus items. And what those are these. A bunch of stuff, actually. So this stuff is actually locked to each version. So this is the neon magenta version, and this is the apricot version. of Twicecoaster Lane 1, 2 versions only. And depending on which version you got a specific set of some combination of these pre-order items. So 2 sticker sheets, one in the neon magenta concepts that you guaranteed when you pre-ordered or bought a first press copy, got with the neon magenta album, and same deal with the apricot sticker sheet for the apricot album. And this is kind of funny because I mentioned how I don't like to like use or like damage my only copy of like inclusions that, you know, like I talked about the hole punching in the little hangers for page 2 and how I don't like to do that sort of thing, like kind of, you know, like poke holes or like use stuff like that if it's my only copy of a thing for Twice inclusions. I don't have extra copies of these sticker sheets, and they are missing stickers, so that hasn't always been my approach. That kind of came after this sort of thing, and I realized looking at these sticker sheets, I was like, man, I really wish I had complete versions of these sheets. Oh well, I guess. I may pick up fresh versions in the future, but I did use some of these stickers for something at some point. And the other stuff we have here, also still part of the pre-order / first press suite of stuff that you got for these albums, in addition to their normal inclusions, are these photos. So each version, the apricot version had these photos, and the neon magenta version had these photos. And you guaranteed, like, these were set photos, so each one came with 2, and it's maybe not super easy to tell from a distance, but these are 2 distinct photos. You can see especially, like, Sana and Jungyeon I guess are the easiest ones to look at and be like, oh, okay, these are just different photos. They're just, the seating arrangement didn't change between them. And these 2 over here are very clearly different. So if you pre-ordered neon magenta version, you got these as part of your suite, like in addition to the stickers, like as part of the first press / pre-order stuff. And then same deal with these specific photos and sticker sheet with the apricot version. Pretty straightforward. As for inclusions you can actually get from these albums after their first pressing, you know, meaning today even, from new printings of these albums, are photo cards. Specifically, 1 guaranteed of 9 of these, what are they called? Hollow photo cards. Hollow foil photo cards. So this is NAYEON's, but every member had one, so 1 of 9 of these, as one of the 2 overall photo cards per copy. The other being 1 of 9 from this set, which is a normal photo, like a more normal album photo card. This is NAYEON's as well. Each member had 1 of these, so this is 1 of 9. And you got this as your other photo card from a copy, making 2 photo cards total from any single copy. Pretty straightforward here. We're still kind of in the eras before Twice really started going super crazy with the amount of stuff they would give you, which is something they would become very deservedly famous for. So next up we have another 2-version album, Twicecoaster Lane 2. And I'm not going to go into detail about what this means. It's something that you could look up if you're really curious. It's not like it's complicated. It's just not really super important to the physical packaging and stuff, which is what this video is about. This is Twice's first repackage album. This Twicecoaster Lane 2 is a repackaged version of Twicecoaster Lane 1. Again, not going to go into too much detail. Essentially, that's just meaning it's it's pretty much a re-release with some additional music, as well as some additional tracks that weren't on Lane 1, as well as you can tell, entirely different physical packaging and visual concepts overall. And that includes new inclusions. So each copy comes with this, which is one of one, so not random in any way. The lyric book for the album. Pretty straightforward. Another copy or another inclusion that is one of X or X of Y is this. So this is a 1 of 9 inclusion, meaning every member has one version that, like, you know, each member is represented in this inclusion, and you get one of these per copy, so 1 of 9 randomly. And this is a, I guess it's a standee. You're supposed to do this with it, like fold this part down, then this part up. The angle, again, is kind of bad for showing off this sort of thing, but when it's folded like so, you stand it, and, you know, if you're looking on from forward, NAYEON is standing pretty close to upright. But they also want you to, you can tell here, little scissor symbol with perforated, not perforated, but dotted lines. They want you to cut her silhouette, like to cut out the excess and just leave her silhouette. And of course, that would be the same for whatever member, like any of these with any of the other members would have a similar sort of thing. I'm not going to take scissors to my Twice inclusions, probably ever, under any circumstances, unless I just had an extra of this exact one, like NAYEON's. But I don't. I have a few more than NAYEON's, but I'm just showing hers as an example of the one you would get from a copy. So there's that. Then we have some version exclusive stuff. I'm only going to show one because I don't remember where the other one is. But this is the pink version. So again, the versions themselves of the albums. I don't remember if they have, I think we were still using like just A and B. I don't remember which is which, but colloquially you can just call this the pink version and this the yellow version. This is a sticker sheet that is 1 of 1 specifically for the pink version. So this is the pink version sticker sheet. You always get this sticker sheet with every copy of the pink version specifically, and there's a different sticker sheet with different member stickers that you get with the yellow version always. That again, I don't have at the moment, or I have it somewhere, I just couldn't find it for this video. So that also leads well into the photo card situation with this album, which is you get 1 photo card per copy per version. So this is the first time we're doing version specific photo card sets. So you can tell this is a yellow border around the photo card and a yellow back. This is Tsui's yellow version photo card. And the photo cards from each version are 1 of 9. So just there's only 1 per member per version. So Tsui only has 1 yellow version photo card. And then she has a separate pink version photo card. And when you buy each version, you're guaranteed, you're guaranteed a photo card from that version set, but 1 of 9. So 1 randomly of any of the members. So that's kind of how they set this album up. They didn't end up doing that. I'm pretty sure that ends up not being done again. At least, I guess you could argue on the definition of version, because, very recently, for the last couple of Twice album releases, we've had like separate sets of inclusions and photo cards for like Digipacks versus photo book type albums versus like Nemo albums. That's kind of what I don't really agree that it's the same thing exactly. These 2 albums are still the same type. Again, I'm going to use the word type versus version. These are both photo book type albums, and then they're just the 2 versions within the photo book set of Lane 2. Not that Lane 2 had non-photo book like album types. Like we didn't have Nemo albums for this. There was no Digipack for Lane 2. But if there had been, it I think that's just a different thing. And as far as different sets of photo cards for the different versions within the same type of album for a release, we've never done that again. So, but it was a novel thing to do, sort of interesting to tie them so closely to the album version concepts. So. I'll just grab and set these aside, and we will move on to sorry about that. That was actually not a technical issue. I periodically throughout this video am going to have, from here on, unannounced, but planned breaks just to, I pretty much have to have the albums and like the inclusions I'm showing off for the albums kind of like piled here off to the side to like quickly pull, you know, one after the other as I'm showing them. And I didn't really have the room, or like I just didn't have the room to really do that for literally all of the albums I'm going to show today. So I'm kind of doing it in waves. So that's kind of what the breaks you're going to see at certain points are going to be. During this this past break I just took before I turned the camera back on just now, I actually looked up something, and hopefully this will be the only mistake like this I'm going to make in the video. I'm fairly certain it is, because this sort of stuff for the older albums is like, I don't remember it as well as I do for more of the modern albums. And the mistake is that I got the photo card like pulls. I got the description of how many photo cards and the way that they're distributed in page 2 specifically just wrong. So it turns out you actually get all four, or not all four, but you get 4 photo cards, including the special lenticular, which I guess you can say is more of a special card, which is something that Twice are going to do for many albums, even through to today. Like a special type of photo card that's like very distinct from like the quote normal album photo cards. So that's what the lenticular is. And again, this is I did not get the lenticular itself wrong. You still get 1 of 9. So 1 of any of the 9 possible member cards for the lenticular per copy. But I did get wrong the way the normal album photo cards work. So it turns out you get 3 of these normal album photo cards, not 2, which is what I had originally mentioned, I believe. Yeah, I do remember I mentioned that you get 2. So you get 3 per copy, and they are not like 1 of 18 like I had thought between these 2 sets. So there are still these 3 different sets. It's actually officially on the official album preview. This is called the flower set, and you can tell, you know, they're all. I'm not going to show any of the other members' cards yet, or at the moment, but she's doing with her hands, making like a little flower of herself, of her face. So that's why it's called that. And then this is just, they call this the selfie set, which is not technically true. I don't think these are literally selfies, like that the members are holding up the camera, but they are much closer. They're like, I can see why they would call them that as opposed to these. And all the members in this set of photo cards are in their cheer up like varsity jackets. And then of course we have the 3 possible unit cards, of which this is one. You actually get 1 of 9 from each of these three different sets. I guess this one's 1 of 3. So you guaranteed get 1 of 9 of the flower set photo cards as one of the slots in a copy of page 2. Then you guaranteed get 1 of the 9 selfie cards randomly, and then you get guaranteed randomly 1 of the 3 unit cards. And that's how it's set up, which is not how that's not how I explained it. I explained it very weirdly and wrong, it turns out. But everything else, I double checked, and I was good on all the rest of the albums. I kind of did a refresher for myself on how each album had that distribution like set up before I started this, but I guess I just messed up on page 2. But we can move on to Signal. So Signal here, their next album, chronologically, 3 versions. I believe, let me look. Yeah, this is the first album that we are doing 3 versions of, up from 2 for most of the previous albums. And as far as inclusions, you get this from every copy. This is a 1 of 3 inclusion, but it's not like version linked or anything. No matter what version, you can get 1 of these photos of 3 possible versions randomly. And this is just a postcard sized photo, of which this is 1, and there are two other ones you could roll as your 1 photo per copy. The only other inclusions are the photo cards, and we have 2 that you get per copy of Signal. 1 is guaranteed 1 of 9 of these hollow, horizontal cards with their signatures in foil, and they're 1 of 9, so 1 per member. You get randomly per copy. You get 1 of, the 9 per copy, rather. And then you get a normal album card, and there are actually 3 sets of normal album cards. So each member has three different photo cards, making a total of 27. But you get 1 randomly from that entire pool of 27 per copy. So that's it. No guaranteed, there isn't, a guaranteed thing, you get 1 from one set, 1 from the other. No, it's just, you get 1 photo card from the normal album photo card set, the total album photo card set, and it's just 1 of the entire 27, which is closer, pretty much exactly how their photo card structure will kind of end up working, for every release after a certain point. We have 1 or 2 more where there's a more kind of granular or weirder setup, but that is much more similar to kind of how it will go pretty much after What Is Love, I believe. But in the meantime, we have the next album, which is Twicetagram. And one of these, in addition to all 3 of the versions having very vibrantly different cover colors, this is another box version as well, another box packaging, as opposed to, for the most part, aside from page 2, I believe it's all been book packaging. Yeah. I guess Twicecoaster Lane 1 had a slipcover, but it was still a slipcover over a hardcover book package. Back to a box style. Unlike page 2, where it's 2 separate pieces with a cover, this is a book box, I guess, if you want to call it. So it opens like a book, but it's just the inside's a box, and the photo book and all the inclusions just pop out and leave just the box. So you'll notice this particular copy of the 3 looks a little extra different, and I'm going to explain that in just a moment. But before we do that, we're going to talk about what comes in the albums. And for the first time, we're going to mention the photo books. So normally, I'm not going to go through the photo books for pretty much any other album at all, any version of any album, because if you've ever seen any of my unboxings of albums, I have a somewhat strict no showing off the photo book sort of policy, because I think the photo books are an important part to just flip through yourself. And I personally don't want to A, take the time, and B, sort of bypass, even give the opportunity for someone watching this to bypass the experience of just looking through their photo books. Want to leave something for anyone buying the albums. But we're going to make an exception here because it has to do with some random inclusion stuff happening. So we're going to open each album here. And there may be some things, if you're not someone who already knows what I'm going to, end up talking about here when it comes to the photo books, then you might still be noticing some weird stuff in regards to them. So first we'll talk about the fact that even though these are the out covers of Twicetagram are boxes, and these are the only three versions, the pink version, blue version, and yellow version. Before any like old heads or like people with like, you know, a bit more, I guess, quote, advanced knowledge of this sort of thing, I know that like technically there's 3 more cover versions if you get into like the whole matte versus glossy sort. I'm not going to talk about that. Just these are the 3 cover color versions. If you're curious about what I'm talking about when it comes to that, feel free to look up Twicetagram cover glossy matte, something like that in Google if you really want to know, but feel free not to as well. In regards to what we have here, first time we're actually getting jewel cases as well at all for any Twice albums, but in this context they are the way that the CD is being secured within the outboxes. And these are pretty nice thick jewel cases for what they are, like for being jewel cases. Like I don't think I've ever held jewel cases that felt quite this good in terms of like the thickness of the plastic, as well as like being kind of bespoke, right? These are not just shitty, like random, like mass produced, at least, you know, beyond the album production itself. These are not like shitty, super generic, like hyper thin jewel cases. These are like pretty nice. You can tell they're in the colors matching the album colors. So like they're tinted. This one's tinted yellow for the yellow version. This one is tinted blue, which comes with the blue version album, and then the pink version comes with this pink tinted one. And they also have the Twicetagram logo on each at the top here, credits, etc. So pretty nice. Those aren't random though. You get, you know, the one that matches the album version itself, like guaranteed. What is random for the first and only time, fuck, I guess if you're watching this, that, and you're one of those people I mentioned with sort of like arcane knowledge of this sort of thing, of Twice album history, like physical album history, then I guess technically Signal makes what I just said not 100% true, but I'm not going to talk about that either. Just, if you're watching and you know. If you don't worry about it. But for mostly the first time, and definitely the last time, we have random inclusion photo books. So what I mean is there are actually 6 possible photo books that you can pull randomly, one of 6, from any copy of any version of Twicetagram. I just happened to pull these 2 and ended up putting them, like storing them with these 2 matching cover colors, but I don't believe I pulled them. I think I might have pulled like this one from the blue version originally and this one from like the yellow version, something like that. Maybe. It's definitely possible because the way it works is you'll notice each photo book here, Twice are a 9-member group, but each photo book only lists 3 members. And these 2 right here, this one and this one, are the same 3 members. And then this one lists 3 of the other members. And then Tsui, Jonghyun, and Momo are just not here at all. That's because the way the photo books for Twicetagram worked are they divided them into basically subunit photo books. So each subunit, which are the 3 here, you know, NAYEON, Jihyo, and Mina are one of the subunits. Sana, Dahyun, Chaeyoung are one of the other ones. And then the 3 I mentioned, Jonghyun, Momo, and Tsui, are the 3rd one that I just don't have any copies to show. Basically, they had, for each of those listed subunits, they made 2 different photo books, and then that gives you a total of 6 photo books, which are the 6 random photo books you can pull from any copy. So you'll see here, these are the same names, like the same 3 members, like the same subunit photo books, but they're 2 different, not only color covers. Sorry, I had trouble saying that for some reason. Not only 2 different cover colors between the photo books, but they're also different on the inside. So you can see the yellow version here, photos of NAYEON, Jihyo, and Mina. And these photo books aren't only purely, like you can tell here, there are still some photos of the other members or the entire group overall in these photo books, but they definitely have a heavier focus on the 3 members that make up the unit on the cover. And then the lyric books the lyric pages at the end. And then I'll pick up this one, and still NAYEON first, but definitely different photos in a different styling. Same with Jihyo here. Completely different photos and styling. And then also Mina, different styling entirely. And then also different group photos, and also less of them, just as a matter of happenstance. And then the lyric books, or the lyric pages. And these are the 2 different photo books for this subunit. And then I have one of the Sana Dahyun Chaeyoung photo books, and there is one other one I could have gotten that make up the 2 photo books they made for these 3 members. And then the unit that I don't have any of, like any photo books for, Jungyeon, Momo, and Sui, that unit also has 2 different photo books that I could have pulled randomly from any of my copies of Twicetagram as part of the 6 total different photo books that you can pull. So hopefully that made sense. Again, this is not something they ended up doing ever again, I believe, to my knowledge. And when I say that, I mean they just didn't. Like, I know my knowledge, I know for a fact that they just didn't do that again. So now, as far as inclusions for the albums, we have only one non-photo card inclusion, which is this, a 1 of 9 sticker sheet. And you'll notice immediately that's where this pink version ended up looking a little extra, just having a little extra flair on it, Momo specifically. And that's because, I'm not going to show it, but I actually pulled from these 3 personal copies of mine of Twicetagram, I pulled a Jihyo set of cover stickers, and that's what these are, a cover sticker sheet. I pulled a Jihyo set of the cover sticker, as well as 2 Momos. So I used the extra Momo. I have one copy of the Momo cover sticker sheet in my collection binder, in one of my collection binders, and then the other one I just used and took all the bigger stickers of her and just kind of decorated the album. This little indent right here, this little square indent on each cover, definitely is meant for this specific sticker. That's always this top left sticker on each member's sticker sheet. But I don't actually know if the other 2 stickers are meant to go on the album. They don't have there's no other indentations anywhere on the album cover that would lead me to believe that they should go anywhere specific, so I just kind of put them wherever. And this one's a little crooked, to be honest, so it makes me a little bit sad that that I didn't put it on completely straight, but gives it a bit of character. Yeah, so 1 of 9 per copy for the cover stickers. And then for the photo cards, which are the other only type of inclusion we have for Twicetagram, we have 3 per copy. And this is another, and again, from here on out, I'm 100% sure on how each photo card distribution setup is for each album. Also because I'm checking between our breaks now, which I should have been doing before, but So for Twicetagram, we have a setup where we're going back to the sort of slot, guaranteed slot sort of thing from the essentially the story begins was the first time they had that set up. I guess it's technically their OG setup since that's their first album. But so from every copy, you get 3 photo cards, and one of the photo cards is guaranteed to be one of these Instagram back sets, set cards, of which there are 9, so 1 per member. So one of them is guaranteed to be from this set. One of the other photo cards of the 3 is guaranteed to be from this set, this square corner Polaroid style photo card of which there are 9, so 1 per member. And then the third photo card in every copy is guaranteed to be from this set, which is just a fairly white border, like pretty standard formatted photo on the front, and then with a yellow back and a signature and message as well. And again, there's 9 of those as well from that set. So, 1 of 9. And you get 1 from each of those 3 sets per copy for a total of 3 per copy. Pretty straightforward. And I'm just remembering, god damn it, I knew I was forgetting something. This isn't a mistake that I made, it's just something I wanted to do, I guess starting from the very beginning, even though it only started mattering for Lane 1 beyond. I wanted to show the CDs themselves, and that's because, okay, so here we have the CD for Twice The Story Begins, the debut mini album for Twice. Pretty standard. Then we have here the CDs for page 2, pretty standard. Each version comes with a matching color CD, so teal version comes with a teal color CD with the design, like the lines and circles and squiggles. And then same design, but in the pink color for the pink version. Always comes with the version that matches. The CD always comes with the matching version, so pink comes with pink version, and then teal comes with teal version. And then starting with Lane 1, we get, and this ends up being interrupted once or twice, but for the most part, from Lane 1 all the way through for several years, we do random inclusions as the CDs themselves as random inclusions, as member inclusions. So starting with Lane 1, you can pull any one of 9, so 1 per member, randomly, of the different member CD plates. So this is Jungyeon's and Sana's, which are the 2 I randomly pulled from my 2 copies. But there are 7 other ones that I didn't pull for each of the other 7 members. And I wanted to start showing these at the beginning so I could just show, they are technically random inclusions that you can expect for at least up until they stop doing the member version CDs, which will happen at some point that I'll mention. But for now, they started with Lane 1. Actually, immediately drop it for Lane 2. So you just get yellow CD with yellow version, pink CD with pink version, just like with page 2. And then we're back at it with Signal. So Signal, I have Jungyeon's, and then Mina's, and Sui's, which are the 3 I pulled from my 3 personal Signal copies. And then Twicetagram, I have Momo, Mina, and Dahyun. And then that should catch us up, and from now on, hopefully I'll remember every single time. But from now on, I'm going to try to show the CDs before I show the rest of the random inclusions for each release. Speaking of releases, we have the next one, which is Merry and Happy, which is the repackage of Twicetagram. 2 versions, green and pink. And we have not random inclusions. Well, actually, fuck. I checked everything except this. Okay, perfect. I thought it was like this, but I just got in my own head about being sure. So we have two inclusions for Merry and Happy that aren't the photo cards. The first of which is a postcard, and the postcards are random one of two. So there is a postcard in the pink version concept, and there is a different postcard in with a different photo for the green version. They would have a green instead of pink, like background color around the border. It would be a different photo with green instead of pink as the main background color for the postcard. The part that I was unsure of that I had to double check was whether or not this is a version linked sort of thing where like you always get the pink postcard with the pink copy of the album and then, you know, the green version postcard with the green version of the album. It's not. It's just random one of two. You can get either version of the postcard from either copy of the album, and you get one per copy. It's just they happen to match the album versions, but they're not linked to the album versions, if that makes sense. Same exact setup with the next inclusion, which is a sticker sheet. So this is the pink version sticker sheet. You can tell because the lettering is in pink, as well as the border for the stamp looking like sort of styled stickers for each member. And there is a separate green version sticker sheet with different photos, of course, for in like the green version concept. But again, it's not linked to the version which one you get. So there's two of them, one of two, just like the postcard. And just like the postcard, you can get either sticker sheet in either version, just one per copy. Now for the photo cards, which are the other type of inclusion for Merry and Happy, we have three. So we have three photo cards, and they're actually three different sets. So there's 27 total, but unlike Twicetagram, you're not guaranteed like one card from every single set, from like every one of the subsets of 9. You just get, I'm here showing you one of each, but the 3 photo cards you get per copy are just completely random within the larger total set of 27 cards. So each member has 3 different photo cards, one each in each of the 3 different sets, but you're not guaranteed any specific number of cards from the specific sets. There's just completely random within the total of 27 cards. And that is pretty much pretty much the entire rest up through to today gonna be with the exact numbers involved being the thing that's different. That's kind of gonna just be how the album photo card distribution is gonna go from now on, where you get X amount of photo cards from Y total full album photo card set, and there's no like guaranteed you're getting this like one photo card from this set, one photo card from that set, nothing like that. It's just completely a random amount from the random total album photo card set. And that's how it's going to be pretty much from now on. So I won't tie my tongue over explaining it, like, you know, explaining that part anymore, because it's just how it is from now on. And I do like how I immediately forgot to show. I said I was going to do it before I showed the other inclusions. I immediately forgot, so maybe I'll try still, but we'll see. To show the CD plates for Merry and Happy. So here's how they are, how they're formatted. And I have Momos and Dahyuns for my 2 copies. Next up, we have what will kind of be a pretty important album in terms of upping Twice's physical inclusion game to kind of like the legendary status they've achieved they've kind of, you know, put themselves at for like how just generous they are with the amount of stuff they give in each album, that they've continued through to today. And it begins here with What Is Love. Even though, except for Twicecoaster Lane 2, which I guess technically up until now you could probably rightly call their stingiest album because they only gave 1 photo card. They really only did that once, and it let's just say even to like back in the day and even to today for a lot of other companies and groups, it's not that much better even now. So, you know, I don't fault them for having one album where they kind of were, you know, that sort of reserved with it, because they ended up kind of being like, no, let's go ham later on. But we have What Is Love, 2 album versions. As for the CD plates, which I remember this time, we'll see how long that lasts, to show it before the rest of the inclusions. Here's how it's formatted. So full body shots on the left side. Dahyun. Tsui. Oh, okay. Just Dahyun and Tsui. I forgot there's only 2 of them. Okay, so for the inclusions, for the other non-CD inclusions, we have a 1-of-1 lyric book. Pretty standard lyric book, just a small square paper one, no photos, just a bit of style to the left page with the track title, and then the lyrics and credits. Our first random inclusion is this, a clear postcard. So, let's see. You might be wondering, okay, so this is a clear postcard, meaning it's mostly a transparent plastic material. Obviously, the exception being the Twice logo in the top right here. Dahyun's name at the bottom. Might be hard to see, but it's right there in her member color. And that's who this postcard is. This is a 1-of-9 postcard, so 1 per member, randomly, per copy. This is Dahyun's, and there she is, right there in her, in one of the concepts, styling, like in one of the styled outfits for this for the What Is Love concept. And you may be wondering, why is she so tiny? This is mostly my hand through the almost entirely transparent postcard, and then Dahyun randomly taking up like 3% of the real estate of the postcard. That's because these are actually, and we'll see this one more time, I believe, a bit later. But this is the first time we're doing sort of this mural sort of setup. So this is Tsui's postcard of the same type, her transparent postcard. And what you're meant to do, if you have all of them, or even just a few of them, and these are dirty because these are extra copies. I actually have most of these for the other members, but not all of them, in my personal collection. But these are just extras I've had out gathering dust and lint and shit. So apologies for that. But you're supposed to stack them. And once you have enough, or ideally all of them stacked, the names at the bottom are positioned so that they will be sequential in age order. So NAYEON's would be over here, and it would go through Jungyeon, Momo, Sana, Jihyo, Mina, Dahyun, Chaeyoung between these two, and then Tsui at the end, being the youngest. And stacked all on top of each other, in addition to the names being meant to make a full sequence, it would make a full group photo with all the members in positions where they're not covering each other, and it's just a full like mural, sort of, or not mural technically, but like just sort of a full image with all the members sitting there in a group. So pretty cool idea. I don't have all of them, so I've never seen it in person, how it looks completely, but at some point down the line, I will go back and collect larger inclusions for some of the older eras that I haven't done that for yet. And this will be one of them, so it'll be cool to see once that's the case. But for now, that's sort of the concept with this, and you get one of these of the 9 per copy of What Is Love. Another 1-of-9 random inclusion are these, which are these duo film strip stickers. And these aren't individual stickers, like this top photo isn't its own sticker. You can tell, I don't know how clear it is to see, but from what I can tell, at least on the camera, it looks like it's pretty clear that there's no separating lines between the photos. This is a big sticker. This entire thing is one big sticker. Okay, sorry about that. That was actually not one of my previously mentioned sort of plan / intentional breaks. That was just not even a camera issue. I won't go into too much detail. I did drop something on my end that I had to sort of take care of for a few minutes, but regardless, we're back. What was the last thing I was saying? I think I was talking about how this is just one big sticker. Yeah, this is one large sticker, not several smaller stickers, like one per photo sort of thing. This is just one big sticker, and this is a 1 of 9 inclusion, as I mentioned. So you'll notice it's 1 of 9, but they're in pairs. So this is Sana and Momo. That essentially just means that there are 9 different, individual unique strips, like film strip stickers. And across the 9 stickers, each of the 9 Twice members is featured 2 times. So Sana has another sticker with another member, and Momo has another sticker with another member. But they both appear in 2 different stickers, one of which is this one with each other. Pretty straightforward. Next up is a special card, the scratch card for What Is Love. So this is 1 of 9, so 1 per member, and 1 per copy as well, randomly among those 9. And this is Dahyun's. And then, so with the normal album photo cards, we've seen set sizes anywhere from 9 to, like, we've had 18 with Twicecoaster Lane 2. We've had 27, I think, has been our biggest so far, which has been a couple albums. I believe Signal, Twicetagram, and Merry and Happy are all at 27 normal album cards for each of those releases so far. What Is Love takes that number and just kind of balloons it in the best way possible. I love that they started doing this. What Is Love takes Merry and Happy's 27 album photo card set size, like the full photo card set size, and just crushes it with a photo card set size of 90. So there are 90 normal photo cards. This is not including the scratch cards. I guess if you do include the scratch, like special cards, there's 99 photo cards. But as part of the normal album photo cards that aren't the scratch card, which you get 5 of per copy randomly, there are 90 total. And again, from here on out, we are pretty much only doing the distribution style of, like, you get 5 randomly per copy, and those 5 photo cards are completely random among the entire 90 card full set size. Even though within that 90 card set, there are, like, subsets that are differentiated by, like, specific outfits or, like, border themes. So, like, this What Is Love decal in the bottom left for this NAYEON card, there is an entire set, 1 per member, like a 9 card set, where every member's photo card has that same decal, and, like, with whatever photo they chose for it. And that's like one subset in the larger, that's like one subset of 9 cards within the larger 90 card set. But you're not guaranteed any number of cards from, like, any specific set, you know? Your 5 photo cards from a single copy are just completely random from the total of 90, if that makes sense. And that's, like I said, that's going to be the way that album photo card distribution kind of goes from now on. So we have What Is Love, and now we move to Summer Nights, which is another back up to 3 album photos or album versions. And this is the repackaged album of What Is Love. So for inclusions, we have 2 1-of-1 inclusions, so non-random, just you get this exact thing no matter what copy or version. We have 2 of those. First one is this. This is a little cute, like, I guess we haven't had one of these since Twicecoaster Lane 2, I believe, where I'm supposed to take scissors to this. Luckily, this is a lot more palatable. I haven't done this yet, but I have enough extra of these. Since these aren't random inclusions, I just have a few extra copies of this exact thing, so I wouldn't necessarily mind trying one day to take scissors to this thicker non-dotted line So again, cutting out a silhouette of the entire group this time. And you're supposed to cut the entire rest of this thing out from the white like backing sheet, and you're supposed to fold it into this little box, this little like open box with the cutout member like group shot flap facing up, and it creates a cool little scene. So I might try that one of these days. Just need to get around to it. But yeah, you get one of these per copy of Summer Nights. Another one of one inclusion is our first of what will eventually be many mini posters as album inclusions. This time around, we have one mini poster. So again, it's one of one. So you get this exact mini poster in every copy. And on this side, it has the members in their swimsuits for the Summer Nights concept on the beach in their beach chairs. And this also serves as the lyric sheet, essentially. So the back of the mini poster is the full track list with lyrics and credits. And again, since this is a repackage, most of these are What Is Love tracks as well, but still putting the lyrics since they're part of the album track list for Summer Nights, in addition to the additional tracks. Our first random inclusion, like our first member random inclusion, is one of 9 of these large Polaroid cards. So these are actually super nice. They're probably the biggest in terms of they're probably not as tall, I don't think. So most album postcards, including the What Is Love one we've seen so far, as a album inclusion, have been and are going to be in the rest of the albums I'm going to show. For the most part, those album postcards are always 4x6. This I guess it's not really a postcard. It's it's a postcard sort of formatted as a large Polaroid. So the dimensions on this are very unique among larger inclusions, like postcard size-ish inclusions for Twice. So these are pretty cool. And again, this is one of 9, so one per copy, randomly of the 9 member versions possible. And this is Mina, obviously. Next up, we have a special card, one of 9, a special photo card. This is Dahyun's. And this is a message card. So on the back, I don't have them to show. I don't have a single one that I remember where it is to show, but there's, along with Summer Nights, along with the special card and all the rest of the inclusions, there was essentially a photo card sized rectangle of red translucent plastic that you could put over the back of this to reveal the message more clearly. That being said, you don't really need it too much. Without too much effort, you could read this, if you knew Hangul, of course, very easily, without that red sort of mystery reveal card. But technically it is an inclusion. I don't have mine. At least I don't know where mine are. So yeah, one of 9 of those. And normal album photo cards are 5, again, just like What Is Love, of 90. So pretty straightforward there. On to the next album. Oh, I forgot to show the CD for Summer Nights before the inclusions. Even though I kind of spoiled it after after Tsui's What Is Love CD. But here's NAYEON, one of the ones I have. Mina, Chaeyoung. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's it. So next up we have Yes or Yes. So to date, up to this point in Twice's releases, we have not had an album quite this large in terms of in dimensions. We've had, I think Summer Nights actually right before this was the largest album. Maybe The Story Begins is contesting it, but In terms of height and width, thickness is a whole different story. I'm pretty sure, just looking over here, I'm pretty sure page 2 is like the thickest album we've had so far, the page 2 box. But in terms of book style packaging, or rather thicknesses aside, I'm pretty sure up to this point is the largest, like Yes or Yes is the largest in terms of height and width of any other album so far. And especially being hard, like really nice hardcovers, like this is some of my favorite album packaging that they've done. It's very straightforward and simple, just hardcover book, but just executed very nicely. Like these are so, like I love these covers a lot. Anyway, for the inclusions, we didn't get too much with Yes or Yes. Actually, only one non-photo card inclusion, and that is this. It is a random inclusion. So what this is, and mine's torn a little bit because this is an extra. My personal copies are in a binder, but I wasn't going to take them out when I had an extra to demonstrate. So you get one of these per copy, and this is a 1 of 3 inclusion. It has NAYEON here in this little reveal, like cutout hole. And what it is like a little pull card. So NAYEON at the top, and then in age order, we have Jungyeon, and then Momo, and then that's the end of this one. So this red part, this red sleeve with the cutout, is identical between, like, no matter which one of these you get. But this inner card, this inner pull card, that's, again, I guess formatted like a film strip. This is essentially a film strip, but with like a little extra sleeve sort of component. These are 1 of 3. So there's this one, which is Najungmo. Then there's the second one in age order, so Saji Mi. And then the third one that you can pull randomly, again, 1 of 3, and 1 per copy of the album. That final one is School Meal Club, so Dahyun, Chaeyoung, and Sui. Now for the photo cards, I did mention this is the only non-photo card inclusion. For the photo cards, get used to it, but again, 5 photo cards, normal album photo cards, no special card of any kind this time around, and a set size for Year of Yes, I believe is, it's a 90 card set size, so same numbers involved for the past couple albums, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it, at least, for a while. Now we move on to Year of Yes. And Year of Yes is the repackage of Yes or Yes. Also the final repackage album for their Korean discography ever. We just haven't, they stopped doing them at end of 2018. Year of Yes, final repackage we're probably ever going to get, which is fine. It had a good run, the whole repackage concept, but yeah, so extremely beautiful covers, by the way. I think Year of Yes, it's definitely in contention. Some of their more recent albums like really hit super hard, so it's hard to say for sure, but this is at least in strong contention for just my favorite album cover, like packaging, like outer packaging. Just very simple hardcover, large books, and this cover photo this one specifically is so gorgeous, like goddamn. As for inclusions, as an aside, this video is not really about the visual concepts either. Like, I love a lot of them and I have opinions about all of them, but this isn't about, like, this is more an objective kind of guide to the physical aspect of the packaging and the inclusions themselves, rather than which my favorite, like, visual styling concepts are. So, but I did want to comment because I love this cover a lot. I could not comment. So first inclusion, which is also our last inclusion besides the photo cards, is a random 1 of 9 circle sticker. Here's Junggi, very pretty. And just a small circle sticker, very straightforward. And 1 of 9 again, so 1 per member, randomly. There is 1 per member, and you get 1 of those per copy. And for the photo cards for Year of Yes, I don't really know exactly all the factors. I don't know if it's purely due to so just to get it out of the way, you get 3 photo cards per copy, and that's that's 3 per copy of a set size of 45. So from the past couple of releases, we've gone down quite a bit in both, well, mostly in set size. We've gone from 90 to 45. So, less overall total cards to pull from, but also from 5 photo cards per copy to 3. That being said, these were presented pretty uniquely among album photo cards, which I think contributes somewhat, as well as maybe the fact that Year of Yes probably, it wasn't printed, to my knowledge, it wasn't printed as a limited edition album intentionally, but I think it just happened to be somewhat rarer for people to buy it at the time of release. Basically, these are all kind of factors that I'm trying to get at, saying that like these photo cards are uniquely, notably, like quite a bit more expensive on like in the collection like resale market from like other collectors and like photo card sellers than most other normal album photo cards, either from eras before Year of Yes or eras after it. Like for the most part, for normal album photo cards, these Year of Yes photo cards are like the most expensive in Twice's entire discography. And I'm just trying to, I think it's just a bunch of those small kind of factors that led to both them being a little harder to come by, as well as looking extremely premium. Like look at the backs here. Foil backs. All right, I don't know if it's easiest to tell. Yeah, here it is. It's a little better here. Gold foil backs. Very like stylized extremely elegantly as like little train tickets with their signatures and names and birthdays. And again, I don't know if it comes across super well, but this is like gold foiling for the text and the border on the back. And then also the borders on the front sides are very classy, like elegantly styled. As well as the members themselves being styled extremely, extremely gorgeously. Not that they're ever not, but in a pretty distinctly like wintry, elegant sort of way here. Oh, and I mentioned that they were presented in the albums themselves a little bit uniquely among most album photo cards from any of Twice's releases, again, before and after. So if you open a copy of Year of Yes, the photo book is actually not, like the inner photo book is not attached to the back outer cover, but to the front. And then you open it and it's attached to the front here, and you open it like this, which is pretty weird among Twice's hardcover photo book albums, because they're usually just attached to the back, to this side, and you open them, and this front cover, doesn't have anything on it, and it just opens to the front, and you flip through the book like, it more like a normal hardcover book. This back cover actually contains a slot for the CD, which is not too abnormal, but also a slot for this, which is what the photo cards originally came in. And these photo cards are sleeved here, so I didn't put them in to demonstrate, but this is an empty sleeve, like a little cardboard sleeve, almost like if anyone watching this has ever opened one of Twice's monographs, which are the photo books, like the large, really nice premium photo books that they release tied to like with extra like really nice shots from like the MV and like album jacket shoots from each album. So like Year of Yes had a monograph, and that monograph had extra, like tons of extra photos that were not in the official album photo books, from the jacket and music video shootings. So like the filmings from the music video and the photo books, and the album jackets rather. So if anyone watching this has ever opened a monograph, it's very similar to this, where the photo card sets that the monographs come in little custom sleeves near the back cover of the monographs, which is not normally how so I haven't really talked about the fact that for the most part with most albums, the photo cards will just be there. If it's like a box style packaging like Page 2 or Twicetagram, the photo cards will just be there sitting in the box itself when you open it, not in like a special sleeve or anything. For most photo book packaging, the photo cards will just be in the pages of the photo book itself. But here they came in their own little sleeve. So the 3 photo cards you get per copy in this little sleeve, in this custom little cutouts on the back cover, like so. Which is very extra. Not in a bad way, but just they haven't done this really since, or definitely not before, as we've seen, for normal album photo cards. So, and I don't even know how much of, like, if that aspect is also a factor in the relatively higher prices that these photo cards from this album tend to command. Like, I don't know if that's a strong factor, or if it's any or all of the other kind of things I've talked about that might be part of it, but that's how it is. These cards are just more expensive by a good amount than other normal album cards. As for the CD plates, which again I forgot, I guess I'll just do them at the end of each album. Here is one of my 2, NAYEON, and then Momo for Year of Yes. So next up we have Fancy You. And immediately, so Year of Yes, I didn't talk about it, but Year of Yes's height and width dimensions of the album itself, the full album, actually were identical to Year of Yes. Like, in terms of size, like height and width, Year of Yes and Yes or Yes are the same height and the same width. Fancy You beats both of those albums on both height and width. Like, this is our largest album to date. And looking at it on my shelf, I'm pretty sure this still, for group albums, and that's a very important distinction, for Twice group albums, this is still the largest album that we've gotten in terms of height and width of the full package. So there's 3 versions, as you can see. For inclusions, we have one of 3 random sticker sheets, and these are large sticker sheets. You can tell they're, a large album can come with pretty large sticker sheets, and this is one of the 3 different sticker sheets you can get. You can see here, this is pretty much an exact copy. Like, this is the same photo as the album here, as this cover, but just because this photo matches this version's cover photo, this isn't like a version, like, specific inclusion. It's not like you always get this sticker sheet with this version. Regardless of what version you get one randomly of the 3 of these sticker sheets that there are per copy. So our next inclusion is one of 9 random per copy postcards, and these are lenticular postcards actually. So you can see here 2 different photos on the lenticular from Momo here. And this is the first photo card we've seen that's actually sleeved, because I don't have any extras of this specific, of the Fancy You lenticular postcard, so this is from my personal collection. But, oh, there's like a crazy glare on the sleeve too. Interesting. You can see that. It's like a big white line up and down. crazy. Yeah, so this is Momo's, and again, 1 per copy of the 9 total possible. And then after the break in the streak of 90 photo card set sizes and 5 photo card per copy trend that we had been on that got broken with Year of Yes, we are back on it. So again, back to 5 photo cards per copy of a total set size, again, back to 90. So still on the 90 set size hype train for a little while longer, at the very least. And for CD plates for Fancy You, I have NAYEON. This is how they look. So the little tie-dye, not quite tie-dye, just colored stripe pattern in the back. NAYEON. Chaeyoung. And Sui. That one was planned, so that was a little break sort of cut on my end. And during that, before we get to the next album after Fancy You, I promise I made sure this time, even though I said that last time, a small set of mistakes on page 2 and Year of Yes. So I guess I just kind of really fucked up page 2, and then I made a slight mistake on Year of Yes. But other than that, I went and double checked everything I've done so far. It was all good. So for page 2, I totally forgot sticker sheet. Just an album inclusion that one of one, same sticker sheet no matter the version, or like you always get this sticker sheet per copy. And then also, I thought about this, but I didn't remember I still had mine. So this wasn't really a mistake in terms of me forgetting that this existed, more that I just didn't show it because it's it's like not as important as like the other inclusions, but still probably worth showing, which is the sleeve, the cute little sleeve that the lenticular cards come attached to. So you can see here on the back, they would come on this side with their corners in these little slits that go through to the back, and that's how they're fixed into this side of the card of the little envelope. And then it tells you on this side which member. So Chaeyoung signature, and the lenticular card, the lenticular special cards, all for page 2, all came in this kind of sleeve with the corresponding member signature on this side. So I guess those were the only 2 things I was like kind of, in this case, forgot, and in this case, forgot I had. But page 2 now complete, so we're good. And then in terms of Year of Yes, I had totally forgotten about these. These are QR cards. They're 1 of 9. They come with the other inclusions in Year of Yes, so the sticker and then the actual 3 photo cards, the 3 normal photo cards. In addition to those are these QR cards. So this image is the same. The bulk of the card is just a transparent like Year of Yes logo with some little snowflakes, like snow dots, as an artistic sort of thing. And then a number corresponding to a member. So there's 1 of 9, and this is 8. So this is Chaeyoung's, because Chaeyoung is member number 8 in the descending age order. So NAYEON being 1 and Sui being 9. Chaeyoung is 8. So this is, even though it doesn't say her name, this is Chaeyoung's QR card. And what each of these are, I'm covering. I guess there's no reason for me specifically to, but this QR code on each card brings up, when scanned, brings up a link to, a video clip that I don't actually know if they still work in 2024 from 2018, maybe. But back in the day, they would bring up a specific clip of the corresponding member. So this would bring up a little cute Cheon clip. I forget exactly what she was doing in the clip. I'd have to go back and rewatch it. I watched all 9 of them back in the day on YouTube. They were uploaded pretty much instantly, as you can imagine. So, but yeah, that's what this is technically Cheon's QR card. And now, for the actual next album, we have Feel Special. 3 versions, hardcover, book style packaging. I want to say, looking back, let's see. No, this isn't true. Year of Yes was the actual. I was going to say, I think this is the first time they have done like book style packaging where like one cover is like oriented differently. You can tell these 2 versions are, you know, right side up, as if you're, you know, reading the book normally left to right, opening this cover like portrait style. And this cover, the blue version, is oriented horizontally like this. It will still, the inner photo book cover is portrait style, but this one's oriented landscape on the front. But Year of Yes is actually, I totally forgot for a second that Year of Yes is the first time they actually did that, because it had that rotated cover. It actually rotated on my table like this. Regardless, those are the versions. Extremely gorgeous. Like the design, like the layout of Year of Yes. I mean, the photos, obviously, all 3 concepts are like, all 3 concepts managed to be really like feel really elegant in weirdly different ways. Like I don't know, they just pulled this entire, like, their styling for all 3 of them is so on point. Anyway, inclusions. So 1 of 9, first non-photo card inclusion is 1 of 9 lyric books. So with this, it's actually just this front part. So I guess I can show an example. This is documents, and this is 1 of 9, remember, so you get 1 of these, of the 9, you know, 1 per member, 1 per copy. Or there are 1 per member, and you get 1 per copy. But here's Sana's as an example, and they are actually just literally the same in terms of the internal content, because they are just lyric books. You can see, you know, completely just going through the tracks, you know, the lyrics here at the bottom, and then some credits at the top, all the way through. And then the cover is the only actual part that's like the random, like member specific version. So one of those per copy. And then for photo cards, because this is the only non-photo card inclusion, we have a special card, which are these landscape gold cards. So a lot like the backs of the Year of Yes photo cards, or I guess also the borders of the Signal holo cards, but in gold. So pretty cool. Each member is in like their solo or duo concepts. I think a couple of them were in duo matching concepts. And then the back is really, really just completely foiled out, except for the text. So pretty cool. And this is 1 of 9, so you get 1 of these foil cards of the 9 possible per copy. And then for photo cards, 5 of 90. So still continuing that trend, just straight up. Different sets, different concepts, like different everything, except the numbers involved are the only thing staying the same. So 5 of 90 rather. Next we have, okay. Oh, and I guess need to remember to show the CDs. So after Year of Yes and Fancy You, Feel Special. So NAYEON, Chaeyoung, and Sui are the 3 I have. Next up, we have More and More. 3 versions. A, B, and C. I believe, yeah. Looking back, is it the... I haven't gone through... I haven't, like, talked about the fact that there are... That, like, the versions technically, for every album, like, every release so far, the versions do technically have names. I haven't talked about that fact, but it is technically true. But for the vast majority of releases with multiple versions for Twice, most of them have version names like A, B, C. Like literally just A, B, C. That isn't completely 100% the case for all the albums before More and More. I do believe some of them had named, like actual named versions. Like I think Twicecoaster Lane 1 had like, those versions were literally called, like officially, they're called the Neon Magenta version and the Apricot version. But then, like Fancy You, for example, or even Feel Special just now, and also More and More just have version names like A, B, and C. Like one of them is A, one of them is specifically B, and one of them is specifically C. Which is the case, like I have them in order right here. I wasn't thinking about it until just like, you know, I put More and More on my desk here, so I don't think they're in the correct ABC order for the previous albums. I wasn't like intentionally trying to make them when I was displaying them on my desk, but for More and More, ABC. And the reason I bring this up is because More and More, I believe, yes, I'm 99% sure looking at the other albums we have coming up, I'm pretty sure More and More is the last time that we don't have unique, like, actual names for each version. Like, something more than A, B, and C. So, for now, that's what it is, but next up, we'll have a departure from that. As for More and More's inclusions, we have One of One, a postcard set. So this is a set, much like the Story Begins accordion standee. This is a accordion standee that also is comprised of individual postcards as the panels. And they are individual postcards because you can see along the edge the edges where they're connected are perforated. So I'm not going to do that with this one right now, even though I have a ton of these left over. I could afford to, but I just don't want to make the extra separated cards and have to manage where to put them after this video. But if I wanted to, I could tear them from each other and they would be individual postcards. And so they have this side, and on the back, they actually have the parts of a larger image that you can make from the individual postcards if you do separate them. So if you separate them, you could put them together on like a table or desk, and this side would have them making one full image if you sorted them, ordered them correctly. So one of these sets per copy. It's always the same set, these exact postcards. One of 9 random, so one per member, and then one per copy of these coaster cards, which are something we're going to see in the future as an inclusion, but we're seeing it for the first time here. So, coaster card, which is just essentially a larger circular shaped photo card. It's made of pretty much photo card material, essentially. And with a message on the back, I want more and more from NAYEON in her handwriting. And these are one of 9 again, so one per member, and you get one per copy. Next up, we have the photo cards. So this is the photo card situation for More and More ends up a little bit unique relative to the past couple albums. So first of all, you get 5 photo cards per copy. But you'll notice, in addition to the normal amounts of, well, I guess not exactly. In addition to solo individual member photo cards, which are very typical at this point. This is the bread and butter for photo cards, just of the members themselves individually. In addition to that, we also have the introduction, and it's not something that's like completely 100% new, but it's new in terms of like being, so we have unit cards. So we have these red bordered duo cards, and we also have these more than two pair, like four, and then I think another one is five. We have these unit cards in addition to these pair cards. So these are all mixed in together. So when you buy a copy of More and More, and you're gonna get your 5 photo cards, and that's actually 5 photo cards out of 100. And the way that's split up is, so before, say, Feel Special, right? You have a set size of 90 photo cards. What that means for Feel Special and pretty much all the albums that have like those 90 photo card set sizes between What Is Love and Feel Special, what that essentially means is those 90 card sets are split into, like, each member has 10 individual photo cards, and that's just it. Like, there's nothing, like, that's just, it's all individual member photo cards, and then there's 10 per member. That's the entire photo card set. With More and More, we have a 100 card total photo card set, like, for the full album. And the way that's split up is there's is this correct? Yeah, okay. Sorry, I was verifying. The way that's split up is there's now 81 photo cards per that are solo member cards of that total of 100 like album cards overall. 81 of those are member cards. So that means we're looking at 9 solo cards per member. And the other 19 of those photo cards are 9 of these. So of these red border pair cards. And it's sort of the same concept as the pair, like the duo What Is Love film strip stickers, where there's 9 of these red border cards for More and More that are mixed in. They're just normal album photo cards, like part of the 100 card set. And each of them, like each member is in 2 of them. And that's how there's 9 of them. And there's 9 members, but they're pair cards. They're duo cards. So there's 9 of those. That brings us back up to 90. And then the other 10 photo cards that, so we've covered 90 of those, 81 solo cards, and then 9 of those duo cards. That brings us up to 90. And then the other 10 unaccounted for photo cards of the 100 are a mixture of these like units and group cards. I'm not going to show all of them. I'm only showing this one as an example, but it's just it's just like not a random, but just a mixture of like unit and full group photos as the photo cards for those 10. For those 10, between 90 and 100. So that's kind of how the photo cards for More and More break down. Pretty different from the previous albums in terms of what you can pull from the normal photo card set. And also I did want to show for More and More, I mentioned I wasn't going to show like JYP pre-order card packs at the beginning of the video. That's still the case, and they are still doing them all the way from Twicecoaster Lane 1 up. Like, they're still doing them here where we are now at More and More. And spoiler alert, they're also still doing them past More and More through to today, like with youth. So, still not going to show them, but for the first time in a long time, an album has, in addition to those JYP pre-order packs, another first press slash pre-order bonus sort of thing with every first press copy from JYP itself, from Twice and JYP itself, instead of as opposed to store pre-order bonuses, which are a common thing in K-pop nowadays. Those are official, but they're sort of different from pre-order stuff from the company direct, from the group and company directly. And that is this is a first press bonus for More and More. It's just a group really cool kind of large hollow foil special card with the track list on the back and then a group shot on the front, and it's very shiny. So like I said, it's a first press bonus. You still probably reasonably could find it with I don't know how often More and More has been reprinted since its initial run. So it's possible you could find it in a sealed copy, or just find a sealed copy from that first press run, depending on where you buy from. But this has a possibility of not being in all new copies of More and More. But I just don't want to show it because it's worth mentioning that it is, while a first press item, still something that came with the albums initially. And all the rest of all these other inclusions that I talked about before are just normal inclusions you'll get no matter what printing of More and More. So and the CDs for More and More, I have Feel Special, and then More and More, Dahyun, Chaeyoung, and Sui. Now the next album, hold on. I can put that in frame. That's fine. A little bit of a spoiler, never hurt anyone. We have Eyes Wide Open. And like I mentioned, the versions have names now. Every comeback, from here on out, the versions will guaranteed have real names. So we have the style version. No, we have the story version, style version, retro version. Let's see. So before we get started, I guess I explained this at the end of More and More. I guess it's better to do it at the beginning of Eyes Wide Open, which is the same sort of extra pre-order hollow card for More and More. They did it here again in Eyes Wide Open. Exact same thing. I mean, obviously not exactly the same because it's a different album with a different photo and different text styling and all that, but same sort of idea with the track list on the back. Much longer track list because it's the first full album since Twicetagram. Pretty cool. For inclusions that are normal album inclusions, we have one of one sticker sheet. So just every album copy, every version comes with this exact sticker sheet. And it has stickers both of stylized texts for each track on the album, the track list, as well as each member, and then a couple at the top of Twice, Eyes Wide Open, Twice logo, etc. So pretty wide array. Probably the densest sticker sheet in any Twice album so far, or maybe even spoiler alert, maybe even to today. Let's see. Next inclusion is the return of the mini poster. So we haven't had a mini poster since, I believe, Summer Nights, actually, when I mentioned that it was the first of many mini posters. I wasn't lying, but it took us a while to get back to the next one, and that is Eyes Wide Open here. This is Dahyun's. These are not one of 9, they're one of 10. So there's 10 possible mini posters you can pull. You pull one each from every copy. And the reason there's 10 is there's 9 solo member posters, so one per member for all 9 members of Twice, and then there's a group one that is also just part of the pool you can pull mini posters from. So 10 of them. And the back serves as the lyric sheet for the album. So pretty cool. Next up, we have a 1 of 9 horizontal landscape, like large message card. So there's a message from NAYEON. This is NAYEON's message card. And these are 1 of 9, so no group version of this, just, the 9 member versions. And you get 1 per copy. And then, so similar to More and More, though the numbers involved are different, we have so similar to More and More, we have the individual member photo cards. Jihyo, Momo, Tsui are the examples that I pulled from my collection. But also we have, as part of the normal album photo card set of 100, so again, that's returning the 100 set size up from 90 from the past few eras, before More and More. Like More and More, we're still at that 100 mark. And there's group and unit cards in the mix there. But the numbers involved on the specifics, like on the specific breakdown of the ratios, are a bit different. So instead of 81 solo member cards, like 9 per member, we're back up to 90. So 90 of those 100 Eyes Wide Open photo cards are solo member cards. So each member's back up to 10 individual solo member cards. And then the last 10 are just a combination of the unit and group cards. We essentially eliminated the red border, like pair duo cards did not return. And then in their place, we just got the more typical 90 solo cards and then just extra 10, basically, mix of group and unit cards in the album card pool. So that's Eyes Wide Open. You've been listening to With Youth for a little while. Let's listen to Na. Before we move on to the next album, I'll show the CDs I have for Eyes Wide Open so you can get an idea of what they look like. There's Dahyun, Chaeyoung, and I haven't been mentioning it, but every era so far where we've had member CD plates, those are 1 of 9. There's only CD plates, like 1 for each member. There's no 10th group plates for any of these so far or ever. Spoiler alert. So Eyes Wide Open here, Dahyun, Chaeyoung, and Tsui. So next up, we have Taste of Love. And Taste of Love is a return to box style packaging. Well, box book style packaging, a la, Twicetagram. Taste of Love is pretty much the same style of box exactly as Twicetagram, with a book style hinge and then the box itself, just different dimensions. It's more of it's a rectangle, obviously. And it also has a slipcase, a very nice, kind of detailed slipcase that adds, for each version, it adds different sort of decals onto the cover. This one has a little faded, intentionally faded alcohol-free sort of thing right there in what would otherwise be, without the slipcase, a bunch of kind of empty space on the album cover. So, pretty cool. And we have, just for reference for the version names, this is the Taste version, the Fallen version, and the In Love version. As for inclusions, we have 1 of 9 postcard. So very straightforward, just 9 of these. You get 1 postcard per copy, and there's 1 per member possible. 1 of 9 random coaster cards. returning for more and more. So coaster card, no message on the back this time. Oh, I guess I should say on the back of the postcard are little blurbs from the members about different, I guess it's not super consistent between the members, but they're just kind of filling out a survey of like, I guess this box is like them drawing or talking about what their favorite drinks look like visually, talking about like the flavor and a couple different things, and just kind of filling out a little questionnaire essentially for Sana. And then each member of course has different stuff on for theirs. And then on the back of the coaster card is just no message this time around, just member's name and then track list along the side, Taste of Love in the middle. And 1 of 9 again, so this is Dahyun's version. Then 1 of 9 special card, we have a lenticular card. And these are 1 of 9, so 1 per member, 1 per copy. Dahyun's obviously. And then for the photo cards, we have 5 still, so 5, and we're back down. So it was a fun experiment with More and More and Eyes Wide Open, but no more group or unit cards or anything like that mixed in with the album photo cards, like the normal album photo cards. We're back to purely solo member photo cards. Also though, so we're still at 5 per copy, so you get 5 photo cards per copy from just randomly from the full album photo card set. But for Taste of Love, the full album photo card set has not returned to 90, even though we've kind of done away with the unit and like group stuff from Eyes Wide Open and More. We are actually down to a set size total set size of 45 cards. So each member for Taste of Love just has 5 normal album photo cards for a total between the 9 of them of 45. But you still get 5 per copy, like 5 of them per copy, so. That's Taste of Love. And here are the CD plates I have for Taste of Love. We have Dahyun. Actually says her name on there. Oh, I guess it says their names at the bottom of Eyes Wide Open too. Chaeyoung styling for Taste of Love. For this concept, the In Love concept specifically is so dope. And then Sui. Next up, we have... hold on. You figure I would be prepared the second I press the button after a break. Next up, we have Formula of Love. Twice's most recent... oh, was that smudge? Yeah, a little bit. Hold on. Oh, okay, it comes off. Okay, it was just a random little thing. So here we have Formula of Love. Twice's most recent full album, like their third full album, and the last one they've released up to this point. Fingers crossed for late 2024, changing that. As for the versions, we have 4 of them. So you're noticing the covers are oriented all in a portrait style. Like these are portrait layout covers when you're looking at them, reading them upright as intended. But they all are, so soft cover packaging, soft cover book packaging. They're all like this. Like the photo books are formatted almost like portrait style notebooks, which is pretty cool thematically with the whole science, like sciencey concept. So one thing to mention with Formula of Love that's unique to Formula of Love, as far as a random inclusion, before we even get started on like the actual inclusions, a random inclusion for Formula of Love are, so these are the study, I should start with this part. With the versions we have here, the 4 versions in order, left to right, are Study About Love, Break It version, Explosion version, and Full of Love version here on the end. Now, each version comes with, is formatted as a softcover photo book as the packaging. And each photo book has a slip case. Or, this isn't a slip case. What are these called? I think they're called dust jackets. These things for books. Yeah, dust jacket, essentially. Each version, also on the back, on this back part, the dust jacket is a hidden member, member inclusion. Essentially, calling it an inclusion is a little weird, though I guess it's not technically incorrect. But basically, each of these dust jackets on this back flap has a random 1 of 9 image of one of the members. And these are unique, not only, so you get 1 of 9 randomly of any of the members for your back cover of the dust jacket for the album, but it's also unique, per version. So you can get, for this version, this Tsui or one of the other 8 members on this back cover. And then each of these has a different photo in the matching concepts, styling. Obviously Tsui is styled she's in her outfit for this version concept, the study concept. And I can show you that the image will be different for, say, the Break It version here. For Tsui, she's in this outfit here, and it's a whole different image in the matching concept for the version for her inner cover here. And then I can show you an extra copy I have of the Break It version with a different member jacket inner cover, NAYEON. So you can see each version just randomly has one of the 4, not one of the 4, one of the 9 members randomly, decorating the inner back cover. And spoiler alert, this is the only time I've really ever engaged in trading full albums with anyone else, but I just had to. When Formula of Love came out, I just had to have all of Tsui's inner covers. I couldn't not, because that's my, that's love of my life right there. And so I did. I traded albums with people who pulled Tsui's until I had all 4 of hers. And these are my personal copies, so all 4 of my personal copies are Tsui's inner cover. Down the line, I might consider picking up an extra set of Formula of Love albums, specifically with Dahyun's inner covers. I'm not quite to the point where I'm considering getting 36 total copies so I can collect an OT9 set of the inner covers. But one day I might do that one day. It's like a pipe dream, but considering it. Definitely not anytime even sort of soon. I don't know why I stacked the albums here like I was done showing them off. I haven't even shown anything besides the inner cover. As for the inclusions for Formula of Love, the reason we're here, we have 1 of 1, a sticker sheet. So pretty straightforward. You just get this sticker sheet, no matter the version, 1 per copy. We have 1 of 9 index postcards. And this is Mina's. So the way these are is so dimension wise, it's the same length, on the long side. It's a 6-inch because most Twice postcards, like I mentioned, I think on one of the previous album inclusions, I mentioned that Twice album postcards, for the most part, are a standard 4x6 postcard size. And that's mostly true here. This little extra tab on the side kind of makes it a bit unique of a case. So it is 6 inches long on the long side. And this side is not 4 inches quite, unless you take into account the extra length of the tab, in which case it does become a 4x6 postcard, if that makes sense. And yeah, these are 1 of 9. Obviously, you can tell the way these are sort of like the What Is Love transparent postcards, in that they don't have a stacking effect on the images themselves. Obviously, you can't see through this postcard on either side. But when you stack them, they at least will make the full line of member names down the side. So NAYEON's has her little tab up here, and Tsui's has her little tab down here, and all the members have theirs, you know, going down in descending age order, and you would just see them all like there if you had them stacked up. But then you wouldn't be able to see the actual images, so I'm not sure why you would do that, but you could. Okay, so there's Mina's postcard. Let's see. All right, so next up we have, for the first time, I believe, yeah, so for the first time we have not just 1, but 3, I guess you would call them special cards. So special cards being things like the scratch cards from What Is Love, or no, well, yeah, from What Is Love, like the message card from, what is it, Summer Nights, stuff like that, like things that are photo cards still, but not within the same pool of cards as like the normal album photo cards. And for the first time, we have not 1, but 3 things I would consider special cards in a single copy that you'll get, which are, you know, 2 of them are this. So these are hard, like very thick, actual, even thicker than credit card plastic, to be honest, nicer too. But these are essentially ID cards for each member. And the way these work is you actually get 2 per copy. And each one is from a set, like each set, the blue set here in the study concept, and then the red set here in the break it concepts. These are the only 2 different types, like the only 2 different sets of these. Like, it's not like each concept has its own set of ID cards. They just did them in the red and blue concepts. But each of these sets, the red and the blue, has, you know, 1 of 9. Like, each member has 1 in each of the 2 versions. And you actually get a guaranteed 1 blue, like 1 of the 9 blue member cards, and 1 of the 9 red member cards per copy. So you get 2 of these per copy, guaranteed to be 1 from each of the 2 1 of 9 sets. And they are very nice, like I mentioned, in terms of just raw quality. Hold on, I'm looking something up real quick. Also, let's put on Talk That Talk. Okay, I just wanted to verify one thing that I thought was the case that I wasn't 100% sure on. But before we get to that, the next third of the 3 what I would consider special cards that you get from an album, from a copy of Formula of Love, is 1 of 9 scratch cards. So scratch cards as a concept, as a thing for Twice, make a return here. This is an unscratched Dahyun card. And these are just 1 of 9. No, actually, no, that's not true. These are 1 of 10. So there's 1 per member. Like, each member has a solo card. for the scratch cards, and then there's also a group scratch card as the 10th card you can get in your 1 scratch card slots per copy. Lastly, we come to the photo cards. So for the photo cards this time around, still 5 per copy, and still all just from the same larger set size. But you'll notice we're back to having group cards in the normal album card sets. So for Formula of Love, it's not quite as crazy. I guess crazy is maybe a strong word, but it's not quite to the level of like More and More and Eyes Wide Open with the group cards. Basically, 60 cards is the set size. So the grand full album photo card set size is 60 cards, like 60 unique cards you can roll from. And of those, 54 are member solo cards. So each member has 6 cards for a total of 54 member cards. And then the final 6 cards, because 54 or 60 minus 54 means there's 6 cards left over. All 6 of those cards are just different group cards, like full group cards. There's no unit cards at all. So pretty straightforward, a bit simpler of a setup than, More and More and Eyes Wide Open did with their group and unit cards and mixing them all together and all that. So that is Formula of Love. Oh, and before I move on to the next album, let's take a look at the CDs for Formula of Love. And I'm sorry to say, Taste of Love member CD plates are the end of the road for member CD plates entirely. At least so far. Crossing fingers, maybe they'll make a return in one day in a future Twice album, but for now, starting with Formula of Love, we only have specific version CD plates. So these are CD plates, and we saw this already with like Twicecoaster Lane 2 and even Page 2. Just different designs for the CDs. So still multiple versions, like multiple different CDs, like CD plates for the album, but which one you get is very specifically linked to the version of the album that you're opening. So this is the Study About Love CD, which you'll always get this specific CD plate with Study About Love version albums. Same thing with Break It, and then Explosion, and then Full of Love. Now, Formula of Love also has the distinction, because we're not moving on to the next album quite yet. Formula of Love has the distinction of being the first Twice album to introduce what I will call alternative album types. So far we've had this sort of setup where each Twice album, after their debut album, After the Story Begins, which had one version, for the most part, different. Every release since then has had multiple versions of the album, but the formats of those different versions was all identical. Like the thing that changes between the versions are the style, like the visuals of like the covers and the actual photo books themselves would be different. Like the contents and photos used in those photo books for each version would be different, but the versions weren't different from each other in terms of actual physical formatting of the packaging. And also they would, for the most part, share either just straight up share a pool of inclusions between the versions to make up just one big set of inclusions that you would pull from from all those different versions of the album, or in a handful of cases, like with Lane 2, there were different inclusion pools between the two different versions, but they were still all identically formatted. Like Lane 2 still had the pink version and the yellow version photo cards, but they were still you know, like the same format of photo cards, just different photos and different colors for like the borders. And hopefully that makes sense. What I'm trying to say is that for the first time here with Formula of Love, we have a different version of the album, a fifth version of the album, but it's distinct. It's very distinct from the other 4 versions I've showed. So I wish I had the original. This is the bag version. This is what I call the bag version of Formula of Love. Hold on. Is my iPad done charging so I can show this? It is. Okay, nice. I will show this on my iPad real quick because I don't have the original bag, the titular bag. The reason I call it the bag version. Twice results. So I call this version the bag version because come on, bring up the photo. Here we go. This is what this album looks like when it's sealed. Like a new copy of this version of Formula of Love sealed. Oh, come on. Okay, I'm gonna have to use a different photo. Here we go. Kind of a low-res photo, but it should serve the purpose of showing. This is what this album looked like in its original, like, sealed store new packaging. It came in a silver, at least on one side, an opaque on one side, silvery, and then the side we're viewing from is like the clear side of the bag. It came in a bag, like a literal plastic bag, which low-key. So JYP, around the time of Formula of Love releasing, around late 2021, I believe ITZY ended up having an album that came, or at least a version of an album, maybe just the normal versions of an album, I shudder at that, come in a similar thing to this, a similar looking bag to this. And I think they did that once, just like Twice have done this bag version idea once with Formula of Love, and not, spoiler alert, they haven't done it since. And I don't think ITZY ever ended up doing a second bag version for any of their releases again, ever. So low-key, I kind of love this version, mostly because I think for any, like, of any group and any album from any group where it kind of actually is on theme for the album concept to release this sort of bag version, I think Formula of Love is actually literally the only time in history that any K-pop company has ever done a bag version like this, where it's been on theme for the album concept itself. Because this literally looks like a bag of like clinical or scientific, like, sealed supplies. And for that reason, I kind of fucking love it. Even though if this had been done for any other album, I think I would have not hated it, but just felt a little less, like, enthused about it. But it's so on theme that even if they didn't release it, like, this version, purely because it was on theme, but just as, like, an experiment for a different type of version, that if it had been successful, they might have continued. Even if it wasn't intentional, it just fits so well. But let's get to the inclusions themselves. So we have this result, and it's called the result file version. I don't know if I mentioned that. I don't have my original bag, which is why I had to use, like, you know, obviously with the bag, you could see at the top it was sealed. You had to break that seal, tear it, and open the bag, permanently damaging the bag, essentially, in the process. So I ended up throwing mine away because it was kind of messy after I opened my copies. But I still have all the inclusions, obviously. And in the bag version, the result file version, you get this, which is a small softcover photo book that essentially has unique photos. I've checked. These are unique photos for the most part. But in pretty much, this photo book is sort of like a summary of the four concepts that make up the normal photo book type album versions. As you can see, we've had just going through the line, each member has a single photo essentially, in sequence of all four concepts: the study concept, the break it concepts, the explosion concept we're seeing here, and then the full of love concept here at the end. Oh, not even whole member photos for that concept, just kind of small photos that are like spread across a couple pages. But yeah, so that's kind of what it is with this photo book. In addition to the photo book, in every copy of the result file version, you also get one of one. So just one type exists, that you can get a mini poster in the break it concept. So nothing on the back going on, no lyrics or anything like that, just straightforward a folded mini poster. You also get, this is an inclusion because this is an album version, and you could see in the photo that there's a CD, and that CD comes in this jewel case. This again, pretty nice, not as thick as the Twicetagram jewel cases, but still extremely nice, like a nicer thin jewel case that is customized on the cover here. Formula of Love, Scientist. Pretty cool, with all the member names in different places. You can see. I guess technically an inclusion. Then we have the first actual random inclusion, 1 of 9, postcard sized, but not postcard material, twinned. These are called twinned photos on the inclusions list, on the official inclusions preview. Twinned is spelled on that image. It's spelled TWIND. I don't know exactly what that means. Essentially, functionally, I know that it's just a postcard sized photo, like just a Polaroid photo sort of thing, with Formula of Love here on the back. This one's sleeved because this is from my personal collection, this Mina photo. And this is 1 of 9, so each member has one that you can roll from, and then each bag version comes with one. And you get one photo card, which would be a bit of a shame, but it's not too bad because there's only one set, the photo card set size. So firstly, this photo card set that comes in the result file version is unique to the result file version. It's a 9 card set, so there are only 9 total photo cards you can get from the result file version, obviously 1 per member. And you can only get any of the photo cards from that specific set, from this set, in this type of album, in this type of Formula of Love, the bag version. So 1 of 9 for the photo card. And that's it for the result file. It is a smaller sort of package, but was priced appropriately with that in mind. So still get quite a bit of stuff. And unique stuff as well. And that's it for Formula of Love. No Surprise 6 version. Though that will happen maybe at some point. Next up is Between 1 and 2, for which there are 4 versions. And Between 1 and 2, the versions are archival. Wait, is it no, not archival, archive. The archive version, the cryptography version, the Pathfinder version, and the complete version. And as for inclusions, so I'm not going to go more into detail at the end of the video. This isn't a video necessarily meant to rank or tier list or anything. The inclusions, like the amounts of inclusions that each album comes with, if it was, then something like The Story Begins would probably be near the bottom, just because it comes with just photo cards and the little standy thing. If I were to make something like that, though, for Twice's albums, just tiering or ranking based on how much stuff comes in each release, like each version or each copy of a release, there's a very strong chance Between 1 and 2 would just be the number one ranked album for that. Between 1 and 2 comes with so much stuff. So, first of all, we have mini posters, member mini posters. So, unlike EWO, unlike Eyes Wide Open, the mini posters, there's no group poster, is essentially what I'm trying to say. So, these are one of 9, not one of 10 mini posters. Here's Tsui's. Each copy also comes with one of 9 postcards. And these postcards are crossword, like have crosswords on the back. I've double checked, the crosswords are not different on the back based on the member. So there are 9 different postcards with, you get 1 per copy, and it can be one of any of the 9 members' postcards. So this is Momo's, but it could be Jungyeon's instead on the front here, if you roll her her postcard instead. But the crossword's always the same. So this side is always the same, regardless of the member on the front. But yeah, so 1 postcard. One of 9 Polaroid cards, which is a new type of inclusion that Twice started here. Start with Between 1 and 2. This is Jiho's, and this is one of 9. So a message here on the front, and you get 1 per copy from any of the 9 members. One of 9 film strip stickers, and these are not. So I spent probably a little too long in retrospect with the What Is Love pairing, like duo stickers, explaining that that's just one big sticker. Like the What Is Love duo stickers are just one big sticker, like just full stop. This is actually what I was saying, like what I was claiming that the What Is Love stickers weren't, which is it's a strip sticker, but they're all individual stickers. So each photo is its own sticker. So this top photo you could peel off and it would just be its own slightly rectangular sticker of this one photo. Same thing with the second photo, and then the third sticker down here. But yeah, so these are one of 9. So this is Sana's, and you get 1 per copy from any of the 9 members. Next, again, another inclusion before we get to the actual photo cards is a special card. And this time around, it's a message card. So this is NAYEON's. And on the back, very similar to Summer Nights, we have a heart-shaped little grid of red Talk That Talks that are concealing a message. Not concealing, but obfuscating a message. And this time around, we don't have the little looking glass, like, revealing red thing as just like a standalone little photo card size and shaped units. We have a whole little stylized looking glass shaped like a heart with a little handle twice Between 1 and 2. And you can just hold it over this and it reveals. Pretty cool. So you get 1 of 9 randomly, so 1 per member per copy. And then this is always the same. This is not random in any way. It's always just this. And now after all this, after 6. After 6 different other things that aren't photo cards, we get to the photo cards. So Between 1 and 2, pretty straightforward. Between 1 and 2 you get 5 photo cards per copy. which is just straight up the standard at this point for Twice. And we are dealing with a full set size, a full album photo card set size of back down to 45 for between 1 and 2. So 5 cards per member and 5 cards per copy from a total of 45. So yeah, between 1 and 2, just a crazy amount of stuff that they packed in here. And now, finally, we are in the home stretch. So what I mean by that is we are coming up on the last 4 or 5-ish releases that we're going to talk about here today. Oh, and I guess this is a good time to mention, since it's already come up. Chronologically, I have been going through the releases chronologically, but a small exception to that is that I haven't talked about any of the solos yet. Specifically, the one that's come up so far is NAYEON. Like, at this point, where we are in the release schedule, NAYEON actually released between Formula of Love and between 1 and 2. But I went right from FOL into between 1 and 2. I'm actually, that's because I actually am planning to go ahead and do all the solo stuff at the very end, regardless of, where it came out chronologically within the context of the group release schedule for Twice. It just feels more kind of correct in my brain to do it like that. So we are going to talk about all the Korean solos we've had so far as releases, and those will all be at the end. They'll still be chronological within themselves. Like, I'm going to go through each solo chronologically, but separately from the group stuff. That being said, let's get into the next release, which is Ready to Be. And here, like Formula of Love, we are back to what is probably, I'm guessing at this point, going to end up being just a permanent new type of album. So for the first time, we are, not for the first time at all, but for the first time as what's looking like a permanent fixture, we are going to not only have the three photo book versions, so the Ready version, the 2 version, and the B version. Wait, is that correct? I forget if the pink one is the Ready version or the 2 or the B version. The black one is the 2 version for sure. I think it's this way, actually. Yeah, I think it's Ready, the pink version, 2 is the black version, and then the kind of brownish text version is the B version. Yeah, so Ready to Be. So not only do we have these 3 photo book versions, we also have the introduction of the Digipack type albums. And the Digipacks for Ready to Be are, you can see NAYEON here as the cover. There are 9 different versions of the Digipack albums, 1 per member. So each Digipack is like member specific. So there's this NAYEON Digipack. It's still the same album. It's not like, it's still the group album. It's still a Twice album, like Ready to Be. But just the cover, as well as the actual photo book, the small photo book / I guess it's more of a lyric book with photos interspersed. But you can tell, aside from a handful of group photos, it's mostly NAYEON. And that would be the same for the other 8 member versions of the Digipacks. So Jungyeon, Tsui, like all of them have a version of this that's their cover, like them on the cover by themselves, and then a lyric book with photos mostly of the matching member. Other than those 2 things, the cover itself and the photo book, nothing else about the Digipack is like fixed or like member exclusive to the cover you buy. And we'll get through the inclusions later. But like the result file version for Formula of Love, the Digipack does have its own separate sets of inclusions entirely from the photo book versions that you're pulling from, like, whatever they are, and we'll go through them shortly. But I just wanted to mention it, at the beginning here before we go into the photo book stuff. So for the photo book inclusions, we have a mini poster. Just as a interesting side note, this is so far to date, both before and after, the ready to be mini posters are the largest mini posters we've done so far. Actually, every mini poster that they've done as album inclusions before this and since have been slightly smaller in dimensions. So our biggest mini poster so far here, this is NAYEON's, and this is a 1 of 9 inclusion. So just no group poster, just one per member, and then one per copy. Next up, we have a 1 of 9 postcard. Just a straightforward postcard with the ready-to-be design on the back. Pretty straightforward. This is Chaeyoung's, obviously, and this is 1 of 9 per copy. This is the special card for Ready to Be, the special photo card. And this is 1 of 9, so this is Jonghyun's, and you get one of the 9 member cards randomly per copy. No group card or anything, so. And it's actually something we haven't done before on the back, which is a message card. I wish I had a copy, and so this is an extra. This is not my personal Jonghyun message card, like Ready to Be message card. I have one in my personal, like, actual binder collection with the back still intact. I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to end up pulling the tabs off of my personal copies of these message cards. We'll see. To date, I still haven't done that or decided to. But this is an extra that I wanted to demonstrate. Unfortunately, I wish I had had the foresight to not actually pull it until I was ready to film this, rather than just showing the already pulled card. But you can see here, there would have been a little tab covering this entire line in the card that you pull off, and it reveals the message from, in this case, Jonghyun on the back here. So, pretty cool. A new way to do message cards, because we've had message cards before, but not this specific mechanism for, like, revealing the message or reading it. So, kind of cool. And finally, we have the normal photo cards, the normal album photo cards. Very gorgeous. And these are 5, as you can tell here. You get 5 per copy. And that's from a set size of 45 cards. So 45 cards, 5 per copy. 45 possible cards, rather. So pretty straightforward for Ready to Be. Next up, we'll look at the Digipack again, specifically for Ready to Be. And as I mentioned, it does have its own set of inclusions. So the first one is this, a folded mini poster. Folded once more than most mini posters from the larger photo book albums that we've seen so far. Usually they're folded once, like just one time along one side. But this one is quad folded, or I guess double folded. And this is a 1 of 1 mini poster, so it's always, you just get always this exact poster. Now for the Digipacks, it's kind of weird. I'm going to show, so there's 4 more inclusions, including photo cards, that I'm going to show. For the Digipack, you actually get, they managed to pack a ton of stuff into the Digipacks. I'm pretty impressed by that aspect. But the first 2 inclusions I'm going to show are actually technically POB, like pre-order / first press stuff. like we've touched on a couple times, outside of the photo book versions having the the JYP like pre-order photo card packs that I mentioned near the beginning of the video. Aside from that, which we're still doing, like I mentioned, we are still doing that all the way through to literally today for every group release, those packs of cards. But in addition to those, it's been a little bit since we've had anything additional to those as like a pre-order / first press sort of thing from JYP directly. But that's what the next two inclusions are for the Digipack here. The first one is the pre-order / first press square postcard. So first time we're seeing a postcard in these dimensions, but pretty straightforward. These are 1 of 9, so 1 randomly per copy of any of the 9 member versions. And like I mentioned, these inclusions, like everything I'm about to show as far as the upcoming, like the 4 types of inclusions that, 2 of which are the pre-order stuff, that I'm about to show, all of that is not like linked to the specific member version, like cover you get of the Digipack. Like you can very easily buy a NAYEON Digipack, like a NAYEON cover Digipack, get her little photo book, which is the guaranteed part to be NAYEON's in her copy, and then still pull Tsui for this. Like that's just how it works. This is completely random, no matter the member version of the Digipack you get. So pretty cool. Same deal, 1 of 9 unit cards. So this is abouTZU, and there are 9 of these, one random per copy. And the set is divided it's divided the way the yes or yes little pull film strip thing was. So it's divided into Daihon Cheongsui are a unit, and they have 3 of the 9 unit cards dedicated to them, to this exact same unit. So Daihon Cheongsui are all with each other in 3 separate photo cards. And then the same deal with the middle unit, Sana, Jihyun, Momo, and no, sorry, that's not right. Sana, Jihyun, Mina, and then NAYEON, Jungyeon, and Momo also have their own set of 3 unit cards for that 3-member unit. So, but yeah, one of those 9 per copy. And now we move to the actual non-first press / pre-order inclusions that will come in all like further like new printings of the Digipacks. Another thing is that I don't actually know, Ready to Be is recent enough that I don't actually know if any of the Digipacks or even the photo book versions of Ready to Be have been reprinted beyond the first initial printing. I just have no idea. I could very easily see them not having reprinted Ready to Be at all yet. So it's possible that any sealed copy you find of Ready to Be Digipacks will just have the pre-order stuff because it's a first press copy still. At least as of, mid 2024 when I'm filming this. But regardless, in the future, when they reprint the Digipacks, they won't come with this stuff here, these 2 things. But starting here, they will always come with these circle stickers. This is Jungyeon's. Very gorgeous, by the way. God, this photo is crazy. Anyway, the circle stickers are 1 of 9. So 1 per copy of the Digipacks, and then randomly from the 9 member versions. And then finally, a single normal selfie album photo card. So this is Mina's. And this is very straightforward. This is just 1 of 9. So you get 1 album photo card per copy, per Digipack copy, and it's just a full set size of just 9. So there's only 1 card per member that you can pull. So that's the Digipack for Ready to Be. Next up, we are already at the point where we are to the most recent Twice group release. So Ready to Be was the second most recent, And just a few months ago, here in 2024, February 2024, we had With Youth, for which there are 3 versions of the photo book version. The member Digipacks make a return, so still the same setup as Ready to Be Digipacks, where there's just 9 of them. Each member version, like each member has their own cover and matching photo book or / lyric book for each. And if you're wondering, I do actually own, I fully collect the Digipacks, like all 9 member versions for my personal collection of albums. I'm just not showing them because I don't want to have to hold a huge stack of them. So even though I did commit to like showing all the versions of every album, I'm just making a small exception for showing every single member cover of the Digipacks, just because that's a lot. If you want to trust that I have all, well, you can actually see the unboxing I did for the Ready to Be Digipacks on my channel. So like that has hard proof that I opened all 9 of those. And for the With Youth Digipacks, I just have them. Yeah, you can believe me if you want. But yeah, I just don't feel like getting all of them down from the display I have them on. So just showing Chaeyoung's here randomly. And in addition to the photo book type albums and the Digipack type albums, now With Youth introduces a 3rd type of album that we haven't seen before. So still no return to the bag version. Bag version was a Formula of Love one-off sort of thing, probably for the best. But we've introduced these. So these are the platform Nemo album versions. And this is the new 3rd type of album that I have good reason to believe are just going to be a standard type of album for future releases, at least until, you know, insofar as like if their little gimmick with them ever discontinues, which it could, but probably not in the foreseeable future. And I'll explain a little more about what they are when we actually get to looking at them and their inclusions, probably after both of these, the photo book and Digipack versions. And, you know, like with the Digipack and the photo book versions, these Nemo albums have their own unique set of inclusions, distinct from what you can pull from the photo book albums and their versions or the Digipack versions. And we'll start with the photo book versions. First up we have, I believe, the only version, like a specific inclusion, which is a sticker sheet, a member sticker sheet. So there are 3 of these, one for each of the Forever version here on the left, the glowing version in the middle, and then the blast version here on the right. As you can tell by the coloring, this is a sticker sheet in the blast version concept, and these are 1 of 1. There are 3 of them, but these are 1 of 1 within their specific matching versions. So this blast sticker sheet is what you'll get from every blast copy. A glowing sticker sheet, which I'm not going to show, always comes with a glowing version, and then same deal with the Forever version and the Forever concept sticker sheets. So there's that. Our first random inclusion is 1 of 3 film strip cards. So these are not stickers at all. This is in no way a sticker. This is a thicker cardstock, actual, almost like a bookmark, but just like made from photo card material essentially. And it's just a film strip of very cute group pics. And you can tell from the coloring, this is a Forever version concept, as well as their styling. Like the actual styling of the members themselves matches the Forever version. But this is not, there are 3 of them, 1 in every single concept. So 1 in the Forever version, there's a glowing version 1, and a blast version 1. But these are not tied to which version you get. These are completely random, 1 of 3. You can pull any of the 3 of these strip cards from any version. So, there you go. Third, we have mini posters. Here's NAYEON's, and these are 1 of 9. So no group mini posters. I guess thinking about it, I guess we haven't done the group mini posters since Eyes Wide Open, so it's more standard of a setup for them not to do them. Still, I guess since we've done it before, it's good to clarify. But yeah, here's NAYEON's. Very gorgeous. And yeah, these are 1 of 9, so 1 poster per copy of the 9 possible member versions. And on the back are some messages from each of the members. I haven't double checked. I believe these are the same on every member's. Like, there aren't different messages per like different members on the front of the poster. I think they're all the same messages on the back. But I haven't double checked that. I need to. Before we get to the photo cards for the photo book versions, we have 1 of 9. Translucent. I forget exactly what these are called, but these are pretty nice little cards that, you know, translucent on both sides, and with this cool little black stylized border. And you can see it's like very translucent. So you in my binder for storage, I actually decided to put blank white cardstock backings behind them in their page slots, just so you could like have a really good clear image show up. But pretty cool for what they are. They are hard to see on some surfaces, but when you can get them right, they look pretty nice. I think it helps that my skin tone is pretty close to Tsui's, so. Okay. So yeah, these are 1 of 9, 1 per member, no group version of this. And then we have the photo cards. So as of now, we are still giving 5 cards per copy of the photo book versions. Pretty standard at this point. And then the photo card set size is still 45. So it seems that 5 per copy is still the gold standard all the way from What Is Love, with 1 or 2 exceptions, I guess, for the proper photo book versions of the albums. And then we've kind of just taken the set size down from 90 to 100-ish from that time, and a few years after, to 45 being more or less the new standard. So, pretty cool. Now we will move on to the Digipack. And for the Digipack, I'll just go through kind of quickly, because for the Digipack, for the group Digipack, for With Youth, the inclusions, not in terms of like, obviously there's a different visual concept for With Youth, like they shot photos specifically in a With Youth specific concept, like in that sense they're very different from Ready to Be, but in terms of the physical formatting of the inclusions, it's literally completely identical to the Ready to Be Digipack. So what I mean by that is, just like the Ready to Be Digipack, we have a folded mini poster, 1 of 1, so no random aspect to this. It's always this exact poster, no matter the copy. And then as pre-order / first press benefits, we have a square postcard. And you can see, of course, it's a different shot of Dahyun, like a different entire visual concept. And even like the actual physical album, like the physical item itself, it might not be super easy to tell in the sleeve, but the finish of the material on the front here is actually glossy, where it was matte on the Ready to Be version. But the dimensions are the same, so that's why I say it's like still like very similar of an inclusion overall. And it also is a pre-order / first press bonus. The other pre-order / first press bonus is also a photo card, just like with Ready to Be. Now here's the big difference, like the most different sort of thing between Ready to Be and With Youth in terms of the inclusions, is the pre-order photo cards are just solo member cards. Unlike the Ready to Be pre-order cards, which were unit cards. So here's NAYEON's, and these are 1 of 9. Oh, and so are these. Like, it's all 1 of 9, so 1 per member, and you get 1 per copy. The next inclusion that is not a first press bonus, so just a normal album inclusion for the Digipacks, is the circle stickers again. And just like with the square postcards, the finish on the front here is glossy, whereas it was matte on the ready-to-be circle stickers. So some small physical differences still, but the same dimension and like type of inclusion. And again, these are 1 of 9, so 1 per member. And the last inclusion is the normal album selfie card, of which there are 1 of 9, so only 9 possible pulls from the Digipacks for With Youth, 1 per member. And that's the Digipack. Now we will move to the Nemo albums. So the Nemo albums are pretty interesting. What these are, let's see. So they're small here, a little bigger than like a credit card, I guess is a good size comparison. And you slide them out. These are hard plastic cases inside of these softer sleeves that you can slide out on the top or bottom. And they contain literally only photo cards. There's no CD in here. But this is still a physical album. So what this is you open it up, take out the whole pack of photo cards. Not all of which are photo cards. They're all cards, but they're not all photo cards. So you open it up. And, I guess I meant to put that in the back. Even though it wouldn't be there normally, just to get it out of the way. Here's the cover. So there's a little cover kind of booklet that also has the track list for the album. And so the way this album works is the way you get the music from the album, because you're like, hey, it's a physical album, where's the music? You actually get it from a QR card, which I'm not going to show because I don't actually think I've used this QR code. I have a few extra of these that I unboxed on my channel that you can maybe go back and watch if you're curious. But yeah, so these are QR cards that you get, and they actually work with a specific Android / Mac iOS, not Mac iOS, just iOS app called, I think it's specifically called JYP Nemo something. But yeah, it's an application, a mobile application that you make an account on, use, like set up a profile and stuff, and then you can scan QR codes from these Nemo version albums, for which Twice have done for With Youth, and then I think a couple of other JYP groups have done as well since. And the idea is that you scan the QR codes and you actually get differently for each version. So you get a download of the music itself. You can only listen to it in the app, so that's one thing that's kind of a little, fuzzy. But you get the album itself, like the music, to listen to through the app. And you also get, differently between the 3 versions, you get like exclusive photos, essentially like digital photo books that you can look through on the app that that are different for each version. So that's what you get on the app itself between the versions. And then obviously, as we're about to see, the cards included are all completely different between the versions. So that's the QR card, again, face down, so I can maybe resell this and the person won't have a rude surprise when they go to scan that. In each of these versions of the album, you get 9 fixed photo cards, a full set of 1 per member, 9 fixed photo cards that are the same, not between the different versions, but from every copy of each version. So all the Forever version, and these have the same versions as the photo books. So this is the Forever version Nemo, this is the glowing version, and this is the blast version. All the Forever version Nemos have the same exact, NAYEON photo card here, this exact Jungyeon photo card, Nemo, Momo, Sana, Jihyo, Mina, Dahyun, Chaeyoung, and Sui. And then on the back, there's a little, I think this is something that folds out. Yeah, this is a lyric sheet, essentially, for the album. Pretty tiny, but you know, it would work. It is legible, as well as a little instruction card on actually literally what to do with the Nemo album on either side in Korean and English, hopefully. And then the last thing you get in these, you know, in this set of different cards, most of which are photo cards that we saw, like I mentioned, that fixed set of photo cards, you get a single inclusion that's random, which is 1 of 9 special photo cards. And this is a set of photo cards exclusive to these Nemo versions. And these are 1 of 9. So every Nemo album will come with randomly guaranteed a special card, but only 1 of the 9 possible different member photo cards. And this one is Tsui's. And it works the exact same way for the other 3 or the other 2 versions. So all of them will have the same setup of a QR card for that version download within the Nemo app, a little instruction book and lyric sheet. Even though the lyric book will be, I'll just show it. I'll show at least one more version just so you get an idea. And you'll see, so all of those inclusions, including like the coloring and stuff on the lyric book, was all in the forever version concept. So as you can probably guess, this is not going back in the way I wanted it to. Here we go. Okay, finally got closed. As you can maybe guess at this point, when I open this glowing version copy, a QR card, but you know, the design of the card is different, unique to the glowing version, including on the back. And then a different set of fixed set of 9 glowing version concepts photo cards, 1 per member, of course. And then the lyric book here is obviously differently colored. It's black and white instead of green and white to match the glowing theme. And it's not in here because I didn't have an extra glowing special card to just pack in here for the reveal. But there would be a special card, 1 of 9, like 1 of the 9 member special cards in the specific glowing version concept. So a different set of photo cards that you can pull from the forever version, and then both of these being different from the special cards you can pull, well, just anything in general you can pull from the blast version. So hopefully that sort of makes sense. I think I went over how it kind of works also in that unboxing video. Not that necessarily you should have to go watch that to understand, but if you did, it would, I maybe explained it better there. I don't remember. But either way, those are the Nemo albums, and we will go into why I believe these are going to be a somewhat permanent sort of fixture on future Twice releases when we get to a certain solo. Which actually is what's going to be up next. So I'm going to take one of my little small cuts and prepare the final section of the video, which are going to be the solo releases that we've had so far. So now we come to the soloist section of the video, which will be the kind of capstone ending of the entire buyer's guide sort of thing. I mentioned before that I was going to do this in pure chronological order. So Soloist Release 1, Soloist Release 2, Soloist Release 3, etc. It doesn't matter. Spoiler alert, only NAYEON and Jihyo have had solo releases so far. And I'm not going to do like all of NAYEON's and then all of Jihyo's, or all of Jihyo's and then all of NAYEON's. I'm just going to do them raw in order that they were released chronologically. Just, you know, separate from the group stuff only. First up, we have, as you can maybe tell by the music, we have, sorry, NAYEON, the very first solo release from a Twice member. And we had 4 versions, very huge albums, by the way, which is a bit of a, I literally can't fit them. I can't even pretend to fit all of them in the screen. I'll just have to put this one right here in the center. Or maybe to the side, because I would like to see her face on that version. Yeah, extremely huge albums. Probably, let me compare. Because for the group stuff, Fancy You to this day still remains the champion of the height, width, like dimension, you know, size competition. And NAYEON is actually just bigger. So it's this much taller. So it's a decent like half-inch taller and pretty much identical on the width. So yeah, it's just bigger. Not by a ton, but it is bigger than Fancy You, which is quite an accomplishment, to be honest. So the biggest album to this point, to date, from any Twice release, not just solo or group, just raw, NAYEON is the biggest up to the time of its release. And we have 4 versions, as you can see. The M version, the Na version, the Yeon version, and the Pop version. NAYEON Pop. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and stack these back the way I had them, because they're so goddamn huge. I have almost no room to operate with if I don't. So those are the 4 versions, and we're still, this is between Formula of Love and between 1 and 2 in terms of where in like actual, like the total schedule, including Twice's group albums, NAYEON came out. So yeah, NAYEON came out a little bit, like a couple months before between 1 and 2. And because that's the case, we hadn't gone into anything like Digipacks or Nemo versions at that point. So that includes NAYEON. The photobook versions here are the only versions of the album. Aside from some vinyl, that's another thing I guess I should mention. Since literally NAYEON, maybe, no, not for Formula of Love. It was literally, I think it started with NAYEON, and then I think the group albums only got them for Ready to Be and With Youth so far. Either way, it's a pretty recent development that there have been vinyl versions of the albums. Those are an exception. I'm not really covering. A spoiler alert, for the vast majority of them, they don't come with any real like inclusions that are of note. They're usually really nice. I have a couple of them, not all of their vinyls that they've released so far, but I have a couple of them. I don't have a record player, so they're kind of low on the priority list of versions and things to get. But they are very nice. Like the vinyls themselves usually have extremely like pretty designs on them, like very interestingly designed. But they are just vinyls. Like in terms of what you're buying when you buy the Twice vinyls, with maybe 1 or 2 exceptions for the most recent releases, you don't even really get like photo cards or anything. It's literally just the vinyl that you get, which is fine for people who collect vinyls or like the vinyls. And like I said, the vinyls themselves are very very visually appealing to just have on a shelf, or use if you want to use a vinyl record player. But in terms of like showing off inclusions and stuff and like overall album packaging, the vinyls are just not worth talking about at this to this point. I think NAYEON's second album that just came out, has a vinyl version that did come. It does have a vinyl version. That's not the part I'm thinking about, but I'm not 100% sure. I believe vinyls did come with photo cards, depending on where you bought them, but it was like a one-of-one photo card and just like a single one. Like I don't have those, and I'm not gonna probably get all of them, so at least not anytime soon, so I'm not gonna show those off. But yeah, for the most part, the vinyls are not really anything to talk about in terms of like inclusions. So as for in NAYEON here, the first inclusion we have is a one-of-one sticker sheet. So just a small sticker sheet with just kind of random, not random, but like, I guess on theme design stickers, but not really related to the track names or anything like that. So next up we have a mini poster. And this is the back. I'm showing it first. This is an interview mini poster. So the mini poster has a lot of questions on the back that NAYEON answers. And then the last two things are, the last two entries on this mini poster are messages from Jungyeon and Momo. And that's 2 of the other 8 members on the back of this specific poster. This is a 1 of 4 poster. So there are 4 mini posters total, all with different, photos on the front. And then all 4 of those different mini posters on the back have a different set of questions and messages from different members. So Jungyeon and Momo are on this one, and then the other 6 member messages are spread 2 each across the other 3 mini poster types. So you get 1 mini poster per copy, and there's 4 of them. Next up, another 1 of 4 inclusion is the return of and sorry, this one's really dusty because this one is not a personal collection copy, but a return of the What Is Love style clear, transparent, like mural postcards. So this is 1 of 4. So this is the Na. You can tell the only text on the top it has is Na. This is the Na version postcard. They're not version linked, even though they are divided sort of by the version names. They're not version linked at all. It's just you can get any of the 4 from any copy of NAYEON. And yeah, so when you complete them, there are 4 different images of NAYEON that kind of fill up this space in the bottom 2/3 or so of the completed image when you stack the postcards. And then the top here just spells out NAYEON across the 4. So pretty straightforward. This is another 1 of 4 inclusion. The return of the Polaroid cards, which we haven't... Well, actually, return in the context of showing stuff in this video. But actually, since NAYEON came out before Between 1 and 2, this is actually the first Polaroid card from a Twice release at all. Like, this is the first time we had seen the Polaroid cards from a Twice album as an inclusion. And yeah, NAYEON had 4 of these. You can roll randomly, 1 per copy. Next up is a special card, 1 of 4 of these. I think they're called they're formatted, and I think they are called business cards officially on the album packaging preview list. So business cards, obviously they're not actually business cards, formatted sort of like business cards on the back here with her name and some little info at the bottom, including a little website link. But on the front, which is the main event sort of the card, we have 1 of 4 random images, like photos of NAYEON in different concepts. So 1 of 4. And finally, we have the photo cards. So for NAYEON, obviously for one member, even a 45, even something as, quote, small as a 45 card, like album set, is probably not it. Like, that's kind of a tough sell. That's just a lot of stuff. She would have, I'm sure she already was, but she probably would have been stuck there taking selfies for several days in a row if they if she had gone that route. But the full set size for NAYEON is actually just 12 photo cards. So there are 12 possible photo cards, normal album photo cards that you can pull, and you pull 2 per copy. So 2 photo cards per copy of the 12 possible photo cards total from the album set. And that is NAYEON. Very carefully. A lot more of this stuff is from my personal collection than most other releases so far. Next up, and I'm going to change the song to match. We have Zone, Jihyo's debut album. So Jihyo went ahead and did 3 versions, and as you can see, book style packaging. I guess I didn't mention it specifically. You could just tell, I guess, by the video, I hope, that NAYEON had magazine style packaging. So soft cover, like large form factor book style packaging essentially is a magazine, even though in terms of actual quality of material and like sturdiness, it is actually closer to some other book style, like soft cover book style packaging than an actual literal magazine. Literal magazines are like pretty flimsy comparatively. Like NAYEON's album is very nice. So for Zone, we do hardcover book style packaging with a dust jacket. And interestingly, the finish, so I guess let me show that with NAYEON. So interestingly, and this isn't the first time this is happening necessarily, but it is the first time it's, I guess, quite this stark, referring to Zone, and that is the difference in finishes on the album covers. So for NAYEON, as an example, these are just 2 of the versions, but the other 2 versions are also 1 each, and that is glossy finish on the cover material, and a matte finish, which I hope the difference between them comes across on camera. But yeah, pretty interesting how they sort of change the finishes. Like the albums are like divergent both in like visual, like creative design visually, like between the concepts, but also the finishes they use on the actual material as well to differentiate, which is pretty cool. I've always liked that they go to that distance to differentiate the different versions. And the reason I bring it up here with Zone is because this is probably the most stark difference between the finishes like of any album so far, like any group or NAYEON solo album so far. And that's because the actual dust jacket, so these are hardcover books with dust jackets, like actual dust jackets, which I think we've had 1 or 2 of so far, but it's not the most common thing to include with the book style packaging. Usually with the hardcover book style packaging, it's just the hardcover itself as the outermost layer. But this is a hardcover book style package with a separate cover image on the actual cover and then a dust jacket over the whole thing. And the dust jacket here is very clearly like a matte, like just a solid opaque matte finish. Same deal for this version. And the versions, by the way, are ZYO. Zo. I guess pronouncing it more Americanized, Zio. But in Korean, it's pronounced more like Jihyo's like shortened nickname, Jio. So, but yeah, ZYO. And like I mentioned, very solid matte finish to this one as well. But this one is just glossy and also clear, with the logo there. It's like a completely different material for the dust jacket, and this is just the only cover for this version because the outer dust jacket is see-through. So very interesting sort of difference there. Also on theme of like an actual book for the concept for like the physical packaging for Zone. For the first time, we have built-in bookmarks with Jihyo's, with her branding here, her name, and her mini album name as well, Zone, the first mini album. And they go through all the way from top to bottom, attached at the top there. Very cool. I like that a lot. And I like that the bookmarks themselves, like the little bookmark like ribbons, are actually like well designed themselves. Like they're sturdy. They don't feel like it's gonna snap off. It doesn't feel really cheaply like constructed or anything. And like it has like a nice finish and printing, like a custom print for Jihyo. So really, like, I just love that. I was like surprised when I opened my first Zone copy that was there, and it was like, whoa, this is crazy. And you know, just as a spoiler, I guess every single version. Oh yeah, also the bookmarks are also all not the exact same design. Let me show on this version. This version's a little harder to manipulate. Or maybe I just have it. Maybe I was just stupid when I put the bookmark away last time I did that. Yeah, here we go. So you can see this version has a different color scheme. Still the same design in terms of like Jihyo's name in the same font and the first mini album text, and then her actual Zone text as well. The title of the mini, but different color for like the ribbon material, like the base ribbon material, and also the lettering. The other one had like a silvery base material with orange lettering, and this one is black and white. And then just out of curiosity, I don't remember what this one looks like, but it's also different. It's a third design, like color scheme. Oh, this one's nice. I forgot. So this one it's kind of hard to tell on camera, unfortunately, even in the lighting, but if I had to describe it, it's like a very brown tinted bronze. It's like a dark bronze, or maybe like a very dark gold for the base ribbon material. And then the text is like a tan, like an off-white, like a tan almost. Very cool. That looks really nice in person. Okay, Jihyo. But yeah, so you can see different designs for the little ribbon bookmarks, going all in on the book theme for the album packaging. And as far as the inclusions go, we have a sticker pack. This is a one-of-one sticker pack. So not a sticker sheet, interestingly. I'm pretty sure this is the first time that we've done this with Twice, where it's not a sticker sheet, but just a prepackaged bag of like already separated single stickers. So, and these are these are lyric stickers. So each one is like a little bit of a lyric from each of the different tracks. And like I said, one of one, so no random aspect to this. You always get this pack of stickers from any copy. Next up, one of 3 random postcards. And these are more actually, so for the most part, postcards with Twice albums, and I guess K-pop at large, are essentially just large photo cards with like slightly thicker material. But what a for anyone who knows what a literal actual postcard technically is it's a card you're supposed to use through the postal system to like send a message or like send something to someone, like a way to send like an image or something to someone, like in the form of a postcard. This is a lot closer on this side. It's obviously mostly stylized, but it is pretty much literally a postcard. Oh, it was not upside down. In terms like of like, this is very similar. Like a postcard would look like this, essentially, on one side for you to like write your stuff and also stamp it somewhere for actual postage. So pretty cool. And then this side is, I assume, a photo Jihyo herself took of just a tree line. And this is one of 3. So this is one of 3 possible postcards you could pull with all different photos. Another one of 3 inclusion is this. This is a little interview mini booklet with 2 different images on the front and back. And I believe, I wish I had gone through, I believe they are different questions and answers between the 3 different possible mini booklets you could have pulled. Yeah, with different images as well, and different colors as well for the actual backgrounds of each page. But yeah, so one of 3 randomly. Also one of 3 are the mini posters. So pretty straightforward at this point. Very, very normal. I mean, yeah, Jihyo obviously is anything but normal. Like, she's goddamn insane. But in terms of just a physical inclusion, we've seen mini posters before. One of 3 randomly per copy. Very straightforward. What is a little less straightforward is a new inclusion that we for sure haven't seen before yet, at least like this, is another bookmark. So she gave us bookmarks built into her albums, but just in case, just in case I want a little extra Jihyo when I'm reading something else, there's a bookmark. And this is one of 3. So there are 3 of these circle base, but with her silhouette like sticking out format bookmarks that you can pull one of randomly from every copy. So one of 3. And the way they work is just, you can see maybe there's perforations here, or cutouts, I guess. They're not even perforated, just straight up cutout. And it's not too hard, even from the box, like even fresh from the album, to just push it out and you just fold it over a page. So, if this was a 2-page book and I wanted to bookmark this page, I would just slide the front part like this over, close it, and then that's how it goes. And you can see Jihyo sitting out from the top of the book. Pretty cool. I actually use this exact bookmark fairly often. I don't read every day or as much as I like to sometimes, but when I do, I've got this on deck. And finally, we come to the photo cards. So photo card situation for Zone is pretty much it's literally identical to NAYEON in terms of numbers. So 2 photo cards per copy. And then of a 12 photo card total set size for the entire release, like for the entire album, rather. So pretty straightforward, very gorgeous. And since chronologically, Zone actually was released between Ready to Be and With Youth, so most importantly, after Ready to Be, we have a Digipack for the first time with one of the solos. Only been 2 solos, so I guess there's only one chance that NAYEON didn't have, but we have a Digipack for Zone. And the Digipack, like every Digipack version so far, just has its own unique pool of inclusions entirely, separate from the photo book versions of Zone. And also, like the Ready to Be and With Youth Digipacks, there's a good amount of unique, like pre-order slash first press bonus stuff that I am going to show. And again, disclaimer: at some point in the farther future, probably these things will not be available with new copies of the Zone Digipack. But for now, I believe Zone is recent enough, like not even a year old yet, that it's decently likely that a copy of the Digipack you would find on like a store shelf will probably be a first press copy still. I don't think Zone has been reprinted. I'm not super up to date on like printing schedules for Twice albums. I used to be a little more so when there were specific albums that I still needed. But I imagine like most albums still out there are part of Zone's first printing. Could be wrong. If I am, then it is, and at some point that will not be correct. At some point, Zone is just going to be new, second, and beyond printings for the most part, as far as new sealed albums on shelves and in stores. So, disclaimer on that: these first two inclusions I'm going to show are first press / pre-order only, technically, even though it's still very likely you can find them for even new copies to today. First up is a square postcard, just like with Ready to Be and With Youth Digipacks. Pretty straightforward. There's only one type, so this is not a random inclusion at all. It's just one of one. I guess that's the main difference, because the square postcards for Ready to Be and With Youth were one of 9. Also one of one is the other pre-order / first press benefit, which is a photo card. So this is one of one, like I mentioned, just you always get this exact photo card with first press copies of the Zone Digipack. Very straightforward. And now for album inclusions, we have, like for normal album inclusions, rather, we have a mini poster. And we did have mini posters with both With Youth and Ready to Be Digipacks, but unlike those mini posters, which were one of one, this is actually a random inclusion. It's one of 2. So there's 2 different mini posters you can get. This is one of them. And there's another one I'm not going to show, but you can get either randomly from any one copy of the Zone Digipack. Pretty straightforward. Next up is one of one Polaroid cards. So we've seen these a couple times at this point, and again, this is one of one, so only this exact Polaroid card in every copy. Pretty cool. Next up is one of 3 circle stickers, which are a returning inclusion from both Ready to Be and With Youth. Pretty standard at this point for the Digipacks, but very gorgeous woman. And there's 3 of these, like I mentioned, so one of 3 randomly. And finally, the last inclusion, which is the actual normal album photo card. So you get 1 photo card per copy of the Zone Digipack, and they are one of 3. So it's just one randomly from a total set size of 3 photo cards possible. And now, so that's it for Zone, by the way. There's no surprise Nemos or anything for Zone. It's just the photo book versions and the Digipack, and we will move on now to the most recent release at all for Twice in general, which is NAYEON's second mini album, Na. This is going to be this is an awkward point in the video for me personally to be filming, because the very last thing you heard me you heard me say just a few seconds ago was something along the lines of now moving on to showcasing the latest release in Twice's discography, like, you know, solos included, the members of Twice. That being NAYEON's second mini album, her comeback, that came out June 14th, 2024. I recorded that, I believe it was July 11th specifically. It was somewhere in that July, early, nearing mid-July point that I recorded that section that you just heard a few, like 30 seconds a minute ago. I'm recording this on September 23rd. So over 2 months out. In that time, what I said, the last thing I said in that previous section about being the most recent Twice release, just wrong. Just loud and wrong now at this point. We have officially entered and experienced, not fully, she's still putting out, like, she's still got some stuff planned. But we're officially in Tsui's abouTZU era, Tsui's solo debut, which got announced probably like 2 or 3 weeks after I filmed that section. So legit did not know at the time. Yeah, so it is good, I guess, in a sense that I did wait to like finish recording this video, this section of the video, which will hopefully be the last part of this video. This buyer's guide, grand video, rather. I guess it's good that I did delay it to some extent, because it did allow for Tsui's debut to be announced and, you know, released and all that. So she will be a part of this now. The last thing we're gonna end on after here is abouTZU. But first we have to get through we should, you know, do our due diligence. I'm gonna show off all of NAYEON stuff, and dude, was so fucking good. God, it's been a blur, but it's been a whirlwind these past few months with and into Dive, which I'm not showing off. Dive is a Japanese comeback, and I've already talked about it at the beginning of this probably 4+ hour video. Jesus. That I'm not covering any Japanese albums as part of this showcase, but it still did drop. It's still a Twice album, just happens not to be featured in this video. So into Dive into abouTZU. Whew. Wow. But without further ado, enough preamble, or I guess mid-amble at this point in the video, and I will begin showing off Oh shit, it's legitimately been months since the last thing I recorded for this video. I kind of forgot my flow. Okay. First off, we have the normal versions, which are in sequence here: A, B, and C. So these are the normal photo book versions. Box style packaging, like just slipcover box style packaging, with the soft cover photo book inside, and then the CD. This is an extra copy, so I usually store my CDs elsewhere, but yeah, here's the photo book itself. Again, except for that, I guess we'll show the back cover, but we don't go through photo books here anyway. But there it is. Hold on, there's something slipped inside of this. Oh, interesting. The stickers from this copy had just slipped in there. Okay, I think I remember. If anyone watching this has watched my unboxing video, there's a part where I thought I got scammed out of a set of stickers from one of these photo book copies. Just not true, I guess. That's so funny. I actually just discovered that, like, right here. Like, I never even thought that would be the case. That's funny as fuck. Oh, well, I guess there's an inclusion. Okay, we'll start with that, actually. So, for inclusions, we have one of one, a sticker set here, and these are like song like track title stickers. So they're stickers just like what did they do this for? They did this for EWO, if I remember correctly. And maybe Formula of Love. I don't remember. No, I don't think Formula of Love. I think they were just like motif stickers for Formula of Love's like kind of off science theme. This is just stylized stickers of every title of every track on her album, all 7. So pretty cool. Oh, I guess as well as a sticker for the album title itself, Nah. Let's see. So that's 1 of 1. No randomness to this. It's just the same sticker pack in every copy, no matter the version of the photo book type albums. Same deal, 1 of 1. A little mini. It's not a lyric book. It's just a mini kind of like. It's almost just like a mini photo book, to be honest. But it's pretty cute. And this shot. Wow. Okay. And then the track list on the front and the back. So 1 of 1, nice little mini softcover booklet. Now getting into the I guess I'm gonna make an exception for Nah and abouTZU. I may have also made this exception for some of the later albums that I showed off. I don't remember. It's been a while since I filmed that footage. I'm gonna rewatching it is gonna be kind of funny because it's been a minute. But I'm going to make an exception and go ahead and talk about the JYP entertainment like pre-order benefits that you can get with like copies of Nah and abouTZU when we get to it. Just because it's pretty straightforward. They're not like the group pre-order benefits that are just like the 10 card packs. These are more kind of bespoke, like unique to each release, like to Nah and to abouTZU. Like they're not the same types of inclusions. For Nah, we have version specific mini postcards. So you don't get all 3 of these for a copy. You get 1 per copy, matching the version of the album that it comes in. So the blue A version, pink kind of wine colored B version, and red C version. And each of these is a unique 1 of 1. So no randomness to this. It just kind of comes in a nice envelope. A mini postcard. And all the A version postcards are just this image, so pretty straightforward. I guess it technically would have been more correct to start with those since they aren't normal album inclusions. That'll be in, like, these won't be part of non-first press copies of Nah down the line when those get printed. But you know, for now and for a while, any copies you are likely to purchase of Nah are probably going to come with these, unless they are specifically removed by the retailer. Starting with random inclusions, now we have this. This is a 1 of 3. What is it? It's a 1 of 3 wall hanger, I think is what it's called on the album preview, if I recall. Not 100% sure. That's essentially what it is. It's just basically a bookmark, kind of a bookmark shaped card with a hole in it with a pre-attached little, like, pretty nice kind of like wax covered drawstring, or just string rather. So with Nah on the back, and these are 1 of 3, as I mentioned, per copy. They are in concepts that I believe do match each version. So this is like, this one is in the concept of the concept and colors of the B version, and the other 2 are like, one of them is an A version, like, you know, concept 1, and then the other is a C version concept, but they're not tied to the specific versions. You know, they're just 1 of 3. You can get any of the 3 from any version, from any copy of any version. So Same thing with the next random inclusion, which is a 1 of 3 postcard. And this one's sleeved, so that's why it's kind of shiny. It's actually matte finished. Very, very gorgeous. Yeah, so 1 of 3 postcard. Like full-size 6x4 postcard, rather than a mini postcard. Yeah, again, I believe they are in... The 3 different postcards are in concepts and stylings like specific to the versions, but you can get any of the postcards from any copy. Finally, another 1 of 3 mini poster. Very gorgeous. This is the blue, so A version concept. And finally, we come to the photo cards. So photo cards for Na for the photo book versions. This is the first time. So with NAYEON and Zone, they kind of had the photo card sets. I guess NAYEON would have been the first time they did it. They had settled on like 2 photo cards per copy of each of those albums for both the photo book versions of NAYEON and the Zone. You got 2 photo cards per copy, and that was from a larger, like a possible set of 12. So there were 12 photo cards possible for the photo book versions of those albums. You got 2 per copy. So for Na, we actually double to 4. So for every copy of Na, you get 4 of the possible photo cards, which has also been upped. The photo card set size has been upped from 12 to 15. So you get 4, but instead of 12 possible cards, there's 15, which is overall still a buff to the ratio of cards you're getting per copy from the full set. So very, very cool to see that. And yeah, that's pretty much it for the photo book versions. I say pretty much it. This is a lot. This is a lot of stuff. This box was very well utilized. So love to see that. Next up, we have returning from Zone as a thing Twice are doing for album types is the Digipack. So just like Zone, which was the first solo or twice solo release with a Digipack, they return for Na. And for inclusions, we have, let me see. So we have 2 inclusions that, again, are JYP, like pre-order inclusions technically. So that should mean that eventually non-first press printings of the Digipack of Na will not have these. But again, for now, it's pretty likely that any copy you get is gonna have these, or at least could have had them as a first press copy. And that is a photo card, a pre-order photo card. And so 1 of 1. So these are both 1 of 1. So this is the same pre-order photo card. Or rather, this is the only pre-order photo card that you can get. And then same deal with the mini postcard, the square postcard, which are pretty much a Digipack staple for Twice at this point. And I actually like that a lot because it's like it's just cool to see what they do with like this sort of consistent thing that they, this setup, right? Because sometimes they're matte, sometimes they're glossy, sometimes they have like interesting stuff going on the back. But it's like it's a consistent form factor, so it makes thinking about how to store each Digipack pretty easy. Next up are the actual inclusions that aren't pre-order benefits technically. And the first one is a 1 of 1 Polaroid card. So we've done the Polaroid cards for a few comebacks at this point. Zone's Digipack had one, as well as the neither Ready to Be nor With You had them in their Digipacks. But I believe, I guess before that would have been Between 1 and 2, if I remember correctly. Yeah, the normal version of Between 1 and 2. Either way, not new at this point. What is kind of new for Na is some interesting texturing on this bottom part. Or not just the bottom part, like the entire colored border. Pretty cool, to be honest. And, you know, obviously a very cute, very high quality photo. Next up is 1 of 3, our first random inclusion. A 1 of 3 circle sticker. Pretty straightforward. The circle stickers are another returning sort of form factor for inclusions, but always cool to see what they do with them. Next up is a 1 of 2 mini poster. So this is one of the 2. There's only one other mini poster you could pull from each copy. You can get 1 per copy. And this one's landscape. The other one is vertical, so not 100% on like matching consistently there, but totally fine. And finally, we have the photo card. So for Digipacks, this is pretty much probably just always going to be the case. Digipack photo cards are always 1 per copy. That doesn't change with Na. Here's the album photo, one of the album photo cards, and it's a 1 of 3 for Na. So, which again appears, at least to this point, Zone also had 1 of 3 album photo cards per copy. So pretty consistent there. And that is Na's Digipack. Next up we have, for the first time, not to this point in Twice's album history, but in the soloists of Twice, in their releases, the solo releases, this is the first Nemo album we have, the platform Nemo album. Up till this point, we have only had 1 release with a Nemo version, which was With Youth. With Youth had a pretty different kind of version structure for the Nemos. With Youth had the Nemo type albums, and then within the Nemos, there were 3 different versions matching the 3 photo book versions. So Forever, Glowing, and Blast. And then, yeah, like they had the subversions within the Nemo version, which is one of my more hype unboxings as a matter of happenstance, the With Youth Nemo stuff. Not so for the solos. So for Na, we have 1 Nemo version. This is the only, this right here, this cover, this version of the Nemo album is the only version. And okay, just making sure the QR code isn't still in this copy. Wait, should it be? Where is it? Why does this copy not have a QR code? That's probably not... Oh, I put it at the back. Okay. Oh, Past Me is so fucking smart. Okay. So, we have the pack of cards that make up pretty much just the Nemo copy, like the Nemo inclusions. And I'm not showing the QR card on purpose. There is a QR card for scanning the album into the Nemo's app, which is kind of the whole concept behind the Nemo albums. But more importantly, you get a full set, a 1 of 1 set. So this is a set of 9 photo cards, concept cards, no selfies for the most part. And this set, it's 9 cards, but the set is fixed. So every Nemo copy always comes with these exact 9 photo cards. Now, they also come with another 10th photo card that is not fixed. Rather, this, just like the With Youth Nemo albums, there is a thing called a special card, which is a 1 of 3 actual, like normal, not normal, but like selfie style photo card. This is 1 of 3, so this is one of the 3 that you can pull from any Nemo copy. Signature on the back, very cute. And yeah, these are the special 1 per copy photo cards. What was that? Okay, I saw a spec, but it's not on the photo card. It's on the sleeve. That's fine. Yeah. So special photo card is kind of the big draw. The random inclusion, the selfie card, very cute, deserved. And that's it for the Nemo. Pretty straightforward. The Nemos are pretty. They're hard to do anything crazy with because they are just photo. Like they can only really be photo card or photo card size things. But here you go, NAYEON's Nemo. And now, next up, we have something very special that we have not seen this. We had not seen this up until this point for any release for Twice at all, which is, I'll just show. Hold on, we need to get all the inclusions off first. This behemoth. This is the new, as of now, the new 4th type of album, which, oh, what the fuck? Who Megawall? Give me Na back. Okay, I didn't set the album to repeat, which is my bad. Anyway, so this is the 4th type of album. So we've had the photo book version, the Digipack version, and the Nemo version of Na so far, which are 3 types of albums that we had seen before. Obviously, at some point, you know, we hadn't always had Digipacks. The Digipacks were new at some point, and so were the Nemo albums. But you know, still noteworthy. And with Na, we are getting what could end up being something we see more regularly with Twice releases, which is a 4th type of album that is more unique to each release. So this one is this big, giant, but kind of slim, not that slim, but like relative to its area. This pretty big box, and this is the limited A to Z version, it's called, of Na. And what this version is it's exactly what it says. It's a special limited version of the album that has a unique set of inclusions and comes in this big box. And when you open it, I don't have all the inclusions packed in here, but I wanted to leave at least 1 or 2 of them in here for the effect. This right here is probably most of the reason this box is as big and as thick as it is. And this is a custom, exclusive to this version, tarpaulin bag. A pretty fucking nice one too. Like this type of bag you usually see is pretty shoddy and cheaply made, but I would not say this is that at all. Like this is a nice thick. Like the image quality is actually surprisingly good for this material. The strap quality, the strap material is actually really nice, to be honest. But yeah, it's a very cute, unique. This side is iconic. Like this, her with the heart on the back of her head. Yeah, this is a bag that she actually previewed in the album trailer that dropped pretty close to the announcement of the album in mid-May. She had this bag on, like she was wearing this bag in the trailer, and it ended up being an inclusion in the limited version. So that's very cool. I've actually gotten a lot of use out of, not this specific bag, because I have extras of this album that I haven't resold and might not. But one of the bags I've gotten a good amount of use out of already. So, nice utilitarian, like, sort of still very, like, gorgeous inclusion. And the other big inclusion here that justifies this box dimension is this thick-ass, huge, essentially the photo book for this version, but it's a mini poster, or not a mini poster, it's a newspaper. Hold on. So, yeah. This is a newspaper that essentially functions as the photo book for this version, meaning I'm not going to flip through it. There's the track list on the back. But yeah, this thing is thick, and the thing that shocked me the most about this, I'm essentially repeating myself from my unboxing, but the material quality and the image quality on this is like really shockingly good. Like, it's actually really nice in person. Like, I can't recommend this version enough. This version fucking rocks. But okay, sorry, that's not necessarily, I guess it sort of is the point of the video, but not in those words, really. So those are two inclusions for this album. Not all of them, though. Smaller inclusions I have here to the side include this, a cool, like, stylized, like, little flyer for her album. Blank on the back, but on the front here, it's styled exactly like it's essentially a track list with some styled information. It's like meant to resemble like an actual flyer that you would hang up as promo for something like Nah. So it's pretty cool. Kind of ties into the whole, like, along with the newspaper and the bag, kind of ties into the whole, like, she had like a very city, kind of urban thing going, like, for Nah, like, theme. So pretty cool. Then that's one of one. So everything we've seen so far, obviously the bag is one of one. I guess not obviously. I guess technically they could have made multiple bags. They didn't, though. Everything we've seen here, flyer, the bag, the newspaper, all one of one. And also this. So this is a actually large postcard. This is larger than... So the postcard from the normal photo book versions was this, right? The normal 4x6. This is this is like the very standard like postcard size for most Twice album postcards. And then there's this. Just like quite a bit bigger. And this is a postcard unique to this limited A to Z version, and it's one of one. But I'm okay with that because this is just my favorite concept for this album entirely. Like this her pink pigtails with the white dress, the white mini dress, just very gorgeous. Yeah, and this inclusion is one of one, so just the same postcard with every copy of the limited version. Next up, we have another one of one inclusion, which is this little folder, this little paper folder, and in it is a message plus this, which is this didn't come sleeved, so just imagine it actually came originally like this, without the sleeve. The sleeve is mine. This is essentially an ID card sort of deal. It's hard like Lucky Draw, like hard plastic sort of material, with the out like her album motif on the front, the title and her name, and then some cool little kind of ID card like reference sort of designs on the back, like her signature, a little barcode that actually is just twice, once, 9, NAYEON, 9/22, her birthday, 1995, September 22nd. Actually, a day. I forgot to mention this is I'm filming this a day after NAYEON's birthday, which was very fun. She had a good birthday, so pretty cool. And so you're noticing that's a good amount of inclusions. This is pretty much everything that comes with the limited version, and we haven't had any random inclusions. There's one more thing that it comes with, and that is, of course, a photo card. So every limited copy comes with one of 3 random photo cards, actual photo cards, of which this is one. So these are one of 3 photo cards, 1 per copy, and very gorgeous. The limited edition photo cards are some of the best of the album photo cards, like across types of albums, in my opinion. But very cute. And that's it for the limited version. Pretty fucking cool version overall. I really like that they introduced this big box, like just this 4th really unique type of album to the lineup for NA. And they packed it full of like really cool stuff. Even though only one thing was like random, in terms of like the photo card, which I think is fine. I think having a 1 of 3 inclusion is about as many as like as big a set size as you'd like reasonably want for this sort of thing. Pretty easy to collect still, but still like gave it some spice to opening. And then the normal like the 1 of 1 inclusions were all really dope too. So pretty cool overall. And that brings us, so that concludes NA. They have the 4 album types, showed all the inclusions. Now that brings us to the actual current, as of September 23rd, the current latest release in Twice's entire discography, which is, of course, very special to me, Tsui's solo debut, abouTZU. And now we come to abouTZU, the actual most recent release in Twice's Korean discography. As of, recording this new batch, essentially, for me at least, this new batch of footage just after the Na section you just saw. So, let's see. Getting right into the albums, I'm acutely aware now at this point that this video will probably end up being in total close to 5 hours long, somewhere between 4 and 5 hours long. So I'm going to try not to take up too much more time. I'm going to not necessarily speed run, but try to go at a brisk pace for abouTZU. First up, we have the photo book versions, of which there are 2. I think it's kind of weird that sometimes they're like, definitely with versions that are like A, B, and C, there's like an order to them. The ones that have that like are actually like bespoke named, like the run version. This is the run version, and this is the fly version. And I think technically the run version is like first, and then the fly version is like the second version, if that makes sense. Either way, we have here the there's only 2 versions for the photo book type album for abouTZU, and we have the packaging being an out sleeve, a slipcover, I think it's actually called. I know it's actually called, but you could also call it a sleeve, with the inner cover, very gorgeous. Again, not looking through the photo books, even though I don't do that anyway in my unboxings. Definitely not doing it here in this video. But we have the cover, the inner cover for the fly version, and then we have the sleeve, or the slipcover, and the actual inner hardcover. So yeah, hardcover with slipcover, like outer sleeve. And here's the inner cover for the run version. Interesting quick notes on this is that while we have had at least a couple times photo book version albums from Twice that are hardcover, like I shook my desk actually with that, hardcover with an outer slip cover. At least I think it's been a couple times. For sure, at the very least, Twicecoaster Lane 1 had that exact same setup. Hardcover inner photo book with a slipcover. In that instance, it was a plastic, like, transparent slipcover instead of this, like, you know, actual, like, paper slipcover with an actual, you know, it's not transparent, it's opaque. That's the word. Yeah, so definitely have had this slipcover with hardcover photo book set up at least that time. Maybe another time that's slipping my mind, but what we haven't had for sure is this interesting thing where, so we've had photo book versions before where, let's see, an example here is that for Year of Yes, which is actually a great release to fall back on to illustrate my point here, because it also has two versions. You can see here we have a horizontal or a vertical, like, portrait style cover for one version, and then the other version is landscape, like, meant to be viewed horizontal oriented. But in the case of Year of Yes and any other time they've had, to my knowledge, like, from what I can remember, anytime they've done this, they did it for, like, Feel Special. I think they did it for More and More. Maybe not More and More. Definitely for Feel Special, too. Where they've had the photo book cover. Like, some of the versions had, like, a portrait cover. Some of them had a landscape cover. They've always done it this way. That Year of Yes, you know, does it. Where the actual physical photo book, both versions are still normal, like, what would you call it? Would you call them portrait books? I'm not 100% sure, but you can see what I mean, right? Where both photo books physically are shaped the same, where the long edge is the edge that has the spine. Like, one of the long edges has the spine of the book. So they're both essentially the same, like, orientation of photo book. It's just the covers are meant to be viewed differently. Whereas for abouTZU, we have two hardcover photo books, and again, one portrait-oriented cover and one landscape cover. But the landscape book actually is like a completely different physical shape. The spine is actually along the shorter edge here on this version, on the run version. So it opens like this, and then you can see the fly version opens like this. I realize now I probably could have explained that a little better, but we got there. So you get what I mean. This specific setup in this manner is unique to abouTZU. They've never done a photo book like this that was oriented like this, at least in the same like next to a different photo book version that was oriented the other way. Like, they've never had them both in the same release. So that's pretty cool. As for the inclusions, now that we've gotten through the way the physical photo books are set up, we first have the one of two JYP Entertainment pre-order bonuses, pre-order benefits, which is this lenticular card. Sorry, I was looking for the word there. Yeah, it's a lenticular card with two different images. Open eye, close eye. Very cute. Yeah. This is one of two, but it's actually one of one within each version. So I forget. Yeah, okay, so this purple back, and that means it's the fly version. So with every first press copy of the abouTZU photo book versions, if you get the fly version, you'll always get this specific lenticular card. And then if you get the run version, you'll get a different lenticular card that is one of one for that version. So, 2 different lenticular cards, but tied to the version that you open them from. And then the other pre-order benefit is just a big poster. So, let me put up my Year of Yes albums. Next up, we have the actual inclusions, the first of which is a one of one sticker sheet. And it's called a stamp sticker sheet because obviously you can tell some gorgeous like sepia tone photos shaped, you know, like stamps. Very cool. Next up, we have the... Let me double check my template real quick. Okay, I actually did not miss anything. Okay, so next up, that's the only... Because in my head, for some reason, I thought there was another one of one inclusion in each photobook copy. That's actually not the case. This is the only one of one inclusion. And then getting into the actual randomized inclusions, we have a one of two film strip. So this is one of the 2 types of film strips that came in abouTZU. Very cute. And this is a true one of 2. It's not like a pseudo one of 2 like the pre-order card, the pre-order lenties, but it's actually, you know, a true one of 2. You can get either of the 2 from any copy of either version. And then we get to the one of 3. What they call this on the preview? The interview poster. So what this is it's a mini poster, except actually it's not that mini. So here it is. This is a square-shaped mini poster with interview questions on the back. And the interview questions on these first 6 panels are all from Tsui. Like, these are questions and answers from Tsui. And I believe these 6 like panels, like the stuff on this top section is all the same. Like the questions and answers from Tsui, I believe are the same across the 3 different mini posters you can get. The differences between the interview posters, like the one of 3 different mini interview posters you can get, are obviously the image on the front side. So this is one of the 3. And then on the bottom section here, these last 3 panels actually are different between the 3 interview poster types. And they have little messages from the other members spread across the 3 types of posters. So this one has 3 messages from a different member each: Sana, Jihyo, and Mina. Jihyo's name is kind of hard to see in the yellow box, but there it is, because it's white text on yellow. But yeah, the other 5 members that aren't Tsui and then these 3 are spread across the other 2 posters. So one of them has Na Jung Mo messages, and then the 3rd poster type only has 2 messages, one each from Dahyun and Chaeyoung. So next up, we have a 103 actual normal size mini poster. I haven't compared. I believe this is equivalent to, like, just visually, I think this looks like the ready-to-be size, like a ready-to-be size mini poster, which are like the biggest mini posters we've gotten so far from normal album mini posters. Other mini posters from other releases so far have either been that size or smaller, and I think this visually looks, just eyeballing it, kind of the same size as a ready-to-be poster. So either way, it's definitely not bigger. It's not bigger for sure, but oh damn, hold on. This specific photo, holy shit. Okay. Yeah, as I mentioned, 103, so 3 different mini posters you can get, of which this is one. And finally, we come to the last randomized inclusion, which is, of course, as always, the photo cards. So I mentioned it just a bit ago in for Na, and it carries over here to abouTZU, where instead of the 2 cards per copy of a 12 card setup that we had for NAYEON and Zone, we are still with the new. I'm not gonna call it a new standard, but we are still keeping the 4 card per copy of a 15 card set size set up from Na for abouTZU. So pretty cool. And that concludes the photobook version. Next up we have the Digipack version. Again, making a return. Digipacks are standard at this point. Pretty great cover, to be honest. I really love this photo, and this is a matte finish. I don't know if it's easy to tell on the camera, but it's a matte finish cover, including the back here. The back is extremely gorgeous. It's like a fingerprint magnet a little bit, even though it's not glossy, but has like foil on the little branches here, and like a black, you can tell it's a black background, so very nice. For inclusions, we have 2 pre-order benefit inclusions, which are pretty standard at this point for the Digipacks. And just like previously, at least for the solo Digipacks, those inclusions are this square mini postcard and a 1 of 1. This is 1 of 1 as well. So 2 1 of 1 inclusions. First one, mini postcard. Second is this pre-order photo card. Next up, we have beginning the actual true album inclusions, the non-pre-order stuff. We have a 1 of 1 Polaroid card. Very beautiful, actually. Holy fuck. It's not like I haven't seen this like several times already, but every time. Still keeping the pretty cool new, at least new as of Na. The Na Digipack Polaroid card had this same sort of like modeled texture to the border that previous Twice Polaroid cards did not have, so pretty cool to see that return. There's the back. That's a very pretty blue, to be honest. Let's see. Next up we have... Hold on. I'm going to skip Fly because I'm not trying to get too emotional during this unboxing. Next up we have the 1 of 3 circle stickers. I forgot what they were called. Yeah, circle stickers. So 1 of 3 possible. A 1 of 2 inclusion, which is the mini poster. And goddamn, this is a crazy mini poster. She's so gorgeous here. Like, Jesus Christ. But yeah, 1 of 2. So this is 1 of the 2 you can pull from the Digipacks, from each Digipack copy. And finally, the final inclusion is, of course, the photo card, which, just like previous Digipacks, at least solo Digipacks, is 1 of 3. So 1 per copy of 3 possible. Yep. So let's see. Next up we have the Nemo album. Nemo album's making their return. Oh, it's upside down. Okay. There we go. So there's the cover, right side up. A very pretty, like, maroon almost red. It looks a little lighter on camera, but not that much, to be honest. There's the cover inside. Gonna make sure I don't reveal the QR code for this. The QR card. And then we have the same setup of inclusions as each Nemo so far, including Na's solo, which is just like with Na. This is the only version of the Nemo type album. So there's no. It's not like with Youth with the 3 versions of the Nemo type stuff. It's just this one, and you always get this fixed 9-card set. Just quickly going through them, even though this is essentially equivalent to looking through the photo book of a different version. And the only randomized inclusion you get for the Nemos is, of course, just like with every Nemo before it so far, and exactly like Na's Nemo, you get one of 3 special cards, which are these more normal looking like selfie cards. Yeah, so there's the Nemo. Pretty straightforward at this point. I think we all kind of... I think for the time being, up until they decide to change it or do something different with it, the Nemos are pretty safe. It's pretty safe to know what to expect for the Nemos. What's a lot less certain is, just like with Na, and as I kind of hinted, I think I remember hinting somewhat at the idea of this being something to keep in mind, which is a kind of more unique 4th type of album that Na introduced. Specifically with Na, it was the bag, like A to Z limited version. For abouTZU, we have the Heaven version. Now, this is not completely analogous to the A to Z version. For, like, first of all, let me see. For starters, here's the A to Z version, and here's the Heaven version of abouTZU. You can tell right away, well, not really the same thing, I guess. Yeah, just this one is so much bigger. Still vastly, overwhelmingly the largest Twice album we've ever had. Just physically. For the Heaven version, another difference is that the Heaven version, as far as I've seen, I've never seen it mentioned as being limited the same way the A to Z version was. So my understanding is that, unless I missed that somehow, the Heaven version is just a normal, like, will be continued to be produced as long as there's demand for it, type of album for abouTZU. It's not intentionally just going to have a single print run like the A to Z version. What the Heaven version actually is, let's take a look. So first you can see, I didn't do that. They did that. Yeah, so the top here is hollow, and this postcard right here actually is essentially the cover image with this cutout. So that's actually very cool. And as for inclusions, let me show the pre-order inclusions first, because the Heaven version came with 2 unique, one of one. So each of them is just what it is, no matter. Well, obviously you can see there's only one Heaven version, like Heaven type album. If there's just this is the Heaven version / type album. There's no. It's not like the Heaven type albums, and then there's like the H version, the E version, the A version, the V version. No, just this is it. So with every Heaven album, you get 2 JYP pre-order benefits. Again, one of one. So these are just what you get with every copy. A photo card. So this photo card specifically, abouTZU. Very gorgeous. And this coaster card. And I'm a big fan of coaster cards personally, so this was cool to see make a return. Last coaster cards were. How long has it been since coaster cards? I think Taste of Love. It's been a minute for coaster cards. We kind of replaced them a little bit with the Digipack mini postcards, the square mini postcards. So cool to see. They still got the coaster cards on the table. As for the normal album inclusions, let's see. Well, this postcard takes up a lot of space in this album, area-wise. But this album is really thick. Huh. That's because it's all postcards. So here's where the CD would be. You can see the little tabs on the side, right and left here. My CD I took out. This is the version I took the CD out of to put in my little CD binder that I have for all my Twice albums. For inclusions that are on top of the CD in this box, there's a lyric book. So a unique lyric book to the Heaven version. Like a fold-out, larger lyric book. And then for the postcard, it's actually postcards, and it's a stack. This is 24 postcards, and these postcards are actually massive. So to compare them to, let's say, this Na postcard from this is a 4x6. Again, I've used this a couple times to demonstrate size comparisons for other larger postcards in this video. Mostly with a different version with the Na A to Z postcard. Anyway, this is a 4x6 standard size postcard for Twice album inclusions that are like normal postcards. Like 4x6 is just the standard Twice postcard size for the most part. These are a lot bigger. These are a lot bigger. They're even bigger. I'm not going to get it out to demonstrate, but these are even bigger by a little bit than the Na A to Z postcard, which is again bigger than this normal size 4x6 postcard. Actually, do I have... I thought I had a tape measure. Okay, I'm not going to measure them out right now, but they're huge. They're just huge. And you get 24 of them. So you can kind of... this is the default, postcard that comes as the cover image, on the front of every Heaven version copy. But you can just kind of let it rip with whichever... Oh, okay, hello, beautiful. Let's say I want to see this face in the morning next to my... on my shelf whenever I get up out of bed. There you go. Easy as that. And it actually stands on its own very easily, even with the postcards inside. So I've essentially been using this copy as literally a display piece, just like that on my shelf. Insanely gorgeous. I really like the Heaven version, to be honest. I think this is a dope version, just as an aside. But regardless, to actually finish the video and show off what comes in every Twice album, of which this is the very last, by the way. There's no more. This is it for abouTZU. There's only the 4 types of albums, and this is the last. So we're almost there. For the normal album inclusions, aside from the set of postcards, you get 24 of them, like I said, and they are a one-of-one set of postcards. So you get these exact 24 postcards in every single copy of the Heaven version, just flat out. As for inclusions that are not fixed and that are randomized, there are 2. The first is a mini poster, and you get 1 of 3 types of mini poster per copy of the Heaven version. So there's that one. And then you get 1 of 3, of course, photo cards. Oh, that's a really pretty blue. And I never looked at the back too carefully on the Heaven version photo cards. At least not this one. I think it's probably the same for each photo card. Regardless, yeah. So you get 1 of 3 photo cards per copy, and 1 of 3 mini posters, and then everything else from the pre-order stuff to, of course, the huge postcard set is 1 of 1 fixed. Just you get that for every copy. And that concludes abouTZU. So that concludes the final version of the most recent Twice release to date. I'm recording this footage, which will serve as the outro for this video, on the 27th of September. It's close to the last thing I'll be filming at all for this video. I really hope. I hope. And yeah, it's actually taken quite a lot longer to film this entire video. I filmed essentially all the footage you've seen. I believe the earliest thing I filmed was filmed sometime in mid-July, so for me it's been about 2 months of sporadic recordings and also re-recordings. A couple sections I've re-recorded. Spoiler, or I guess a little TMI sort of thing. The Na and abouTZU sections you just saw me record, those were like the 3rd recordings of both of those parts. So, anyway, thanks so much for watching. If you happened to either do one of 2 things, either watch the entire video all the way through, hopefully not in one session, I don't recommend that. But if you did happen to watch it all the way through and just naturally got to this outro, or if you just used the video for certain parts and you just happen to click on the outro out of curiosity just to see what I'm saying here, either way, thanks a ton for utilizing this, what I hope will be a pretty useful tool for, I say it near the beginning of the video, just for people to get a good idea of what to expect from each Twice album, outside of just looking at, because when you go online, you can look at unboxings for each individual video, and you can also look at descriptions, either the official teaser, album preview images, or just people talking about what is in each album. But I kind of wanted to just make one big video that, ideally, for anyone who happens to come across it and could use that sort of thing, that will just act as a single big compendium of that information, along with, visual, video reference. So thanks so much for watching whatever amount of this video you watched, if you got to this part as well. And till next time, my next video after uploading this one, this video is probably going to be more evergreen than a lot of my other videos, my unboxing videos. So, I don't necessarily know if dating it by mentioning what my next planned video is a good idea, but I'm just going to. Next video will be the abouTZU package of POBs, lucky draws, and other non-normal album photo cards that I have coming in soon-ish. So might be a little while before I film that video, depending on when I get my stuff, but that's the next planned video. So till next time, see ya.